Good evening. Welcome to the July 16th, 2026 Town Council meeting. This meeting is being televised live via Xfinity Channel 8, 1070, or High Definition Channel 1072, or may be accessed via the Government Access Channel. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Seeing no one. Please note that this in-person meeting will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the remote connection or the live broadcast or live stream. If you have a particular interest in a topic to be discussed, please consider attending the meeting in person. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilors: Bloom.
Here.
Burdick.
Present.
Clark.
Here.
Crocker.
Present.
Crow. Deleuze.
Here.
Keene.
Present.
Levesque.
Here.
Ludke.
Here.
Scheingold.
Here and present.
Starr. Tamish.
Here.
You have 10.
Okay, we do have a quorum. Councilor Lutke, would you like to introduce our veteran, please?
Thank you, President Tamish. Tonight we have the pleasure of Lieutenant John Schneeberger. He was commissioned as an officer in the United States Air Force through the Reserve Officers Training Corps program at the University of Notre Dame in May 1972. He served as a Minuteman missile launch officer at Whiteman Air Force Base in Knob Noster, Missouri, from 1972 to 1975. In 1974, he was selected to monitor and launch 2 Minuteman missiles from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California down the Pacific Test Range. While serving in the Air Force, he earned his MBA from the University of Missouri through the Air Force Institute of Technology program. John resides in Hyannisport. Let's welcome John to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you'd remain standing, please, for a moment of silence to honor all who have died in service to our nation and all we hold near and dear to us. Thank you. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to public comment. Please make sure you sign in with your name and village for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. At the 2-minute and 30-second mark, you will be asked to finish up. Written comments are always welcome at council@barnstable.gov and will be distributed to the entire council. Individual councilors' contact information is available on the town website. If you choose to email an individual councilor, it may not necessarily be distributed to all councilors. I wish to remind everyone that no member of the public may speak without first being recognized by the presiding officer. The public will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting and during any public hearing on an agenda item. You're free to express your thoughts, opinion, and criticism during public comment. However, your comments should be directed to the council as a body through the presiding officer. You should not speak directly to any individual councilor. You also should not be addressing your comments to anyone else in the room, not to town staff, and not to another member of the audience. Public comment is to the council. Yes.
Sandy Jones.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Did you sign in, Sandy?
I did.
Okay,
I did. Thank you. Thank you, councilors, for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm commenting today about the town manager's recommendation for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board. The slate recommended in March took me by surprise, and I wondered why the board would not reflect the skills and experience called for, so I asked to see the list of applicants. First, there is no sign that the town recently or effectively advertised this open seat to residents. The seat has been vacant for years. Only 4 expressions of interest are on file, and all were submitted more than a year ago. I'd also note that one recommended individual's resume on file does not reflect that he no longer holds a position listed. I strongly encourage the town to solicit applications broadly and recently from qualified residents rather than relying on a stale applicant pool. Second, the trust's own declaration of trust identifies 2 specific areas of expertise trustees may bring: expertise in the development of affordable housing and expertise in the sound and prudent economic development. While the document doesn't mandate that every trustee hold these qualifications, it's telling the town what kind of expertise the drafters considered valuable to this board's work, and today that guidance is not being followed. Only one current board member has expertise in affordable housing development and not one economic development expertise. Of the town manager's nominees, none of the town employees who make up the majority of the board and report to Mr. Els bring either type of experience. Of the non-employee nominees, only one has affordable housing development experience and none have economic development experience. This isn't a hypothetical concern. Residents who watch these meetings can see how heavily the board relies on its single member with relevant expertise and how the discussion noticeably stalls in her absence. Advancing a slate that does nothing to correct this when the declaration of trust itself points to the fix is difficult to understand. Given the seat has sat vacant for years, I urge the council to solicit resumes from residents who would bring the qualifications the declaration of trust specifically identifies. One thing we all know about Barnstable is the depth of talent and experience among our residents. Please take the time to reach out, advertise, and seek qualified candidates. Finally, I will not name names, but based on public available court records, I found that one nominee has a history of multiple debt collection actions, with at least one still pending with the judgment of over $16,000. Anyone can face financial hardship, and people deserve grace, but I respectfully suggest that the one board that distributes public funds and holds other parties accountable to their financial commitments should be populated by members without unresolved court matters over their own. In light of these gaps, I respectfully ask the council to table this appointment rather than vote on the current slate as presented, and to direct the town manager to conduct a fresh, broad solicitation for this long vacant seat, open for at least 30 days, prioritizing in 2 areas of the expertise the Declaration of Trust specifically identifies, with resumes on file confirmed current and full due diligence completed on all nominees before any vote. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Well, that was quite alarming. I hope you were all paying attention to what Sandy just said. More incompetence? I didn't bring my bell tonight, but looks like I'll bring it the next time. I'm here tonight for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I'm still seeing all these units of housing popping up like mushrooms all over town. And I just got my 3rd letter. Water shortage. Get one in April, one in May, one in June. I guess the one in July will be on the way shortly. And I gave all of you this several months ago here. This is the information from the town's own local comprehensive plan, pages 59 and 60 from 2023, in which they referenced a water shortage for Hyannis of 1.87 million gallons. That was 2019. This council and prior councils have known about it, and yet nobody's doing a damn thing to stop all this idiotic housing popping up like mushrooms that we're all going to have to pay for, and it's not even necessary. There is no housing crisis. There never was. That's just a fancy narrative from the chambers of who you know what and you know where, and other town officials. We didn't have a housing crisis. We never had. But you know what? We're in a pile of you know what right now because of it all. It's got to stop. Somebody here should have the decency, the courtesy. Felicia, God rest her soul, she tried. She tried to do a DCPC or a moratorium. No, some of you didn't want to hear about it. Thanks for digging the big hole. On a final note, what I'll tell you is, we've got next Wednesday night, the hearing coming up at the high school for the homeless shelter. The idiotic move of a homeless shelter over to West Main Street. I'll give you the quick numbers. Barnstable High School has 1,581 students at that school. Sturgis has 416. Hyannis West Elementary School has 297. They have another 180 plus pre-kindergarten children between 3 and 5. And they want to move a homeless shelter 486 feet away from that elementary school? I'll tell you what, I'm going to take my own survey next Wednesday night, and I'm expecting and hoping every single face here, I'm looking at every one of you right now, you damn well better be over there, and you better be shoulder to shoulder with all of us to stop this insanity. Barnstable taxpayers in the last 8 months of last year, we paid for 805 police calls to homeless-related incidents. That's 100 a
Julius,
month.
if you could finish up, please.
I'll finish up, thank you. That's 100 a day. The homeless shelter does not belong where it is now. It doesn't belong on West Main Street. This is a reminder going out. I'm begging the people of Barnstable, please show up next Wednesday night over at the Barnstable High School. We're going to ask the zoning board to do the right thing and rescind that building permit, which never should have been allowed in the first place. And on my final note, even our own town attorney wrote her own legal opinion that is agreed upon by many
Julius, if you could
people,
finish up, please.
that her own assessment is that that building permit never should have been granted, and yet it was. More incompetence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Stan Drake. I own and operate Pirate Adventures. I've been at Hyannis Harbor for 35 years now, at Bismore Park. I'm here because I've got a long-standing complaint with the harbor master about a recent dock assignment. I'm jammed in by a much larger boat, and it's unsafe for me to operate. My passengers and crew. I've had numerous conversations with the harbor master. I've been to Waterways. I've given them 3 letters. Nothing has come of it. I most recently, in April, sent a letter to the town manager, and he said they're not going to do anything about it. I am infinitely concerned. I've been out protesting. I'm so worried that someone is going to get injured. The space is so limited. If just as a comparison, when you go out to get in your car, you'll have more space between your car and the next car than I have between boats and the piers. If I had a door, I could not open up the door. I've been in, and we handle 10,000 passengers a summer, half children, half adults. We gross over $400,000. It's been my livelihood and my daughter's livelihood for 30 years now. And I've met with Brian Taylor many times, but to no avail. And I'm infinitely concerned that someone is going to get injured. Docking is dangerous. Just regular docking is dangerous. This is magnified because there is no margin of safety. We are hard against the piling. We are hard against the angler. And if anyone were to jump up and reach out with 20 kids, they are not seatbelted in. We ask them to stay quiet, stay still, but it takes a few minutes to dock. We have to crawl our way in. And kids do pop up, even adults pop up and try to reach out and help. And if they were to get their hands between the railings and the pilings, they'd have a crushed and mangled hand. So my solution, I have requested from Brian that I be moved to berth 10. Berth 10 is at the other end of Bismore Park bulkhead. It's a freestanding berth. I wouldn't be sharing the space with another boat. Presently, I am sharing a double-wide space with Angler, which is a 75-foot head boat. And it just, since Angler came in May of 2024, it has consumed all the free space that used to exist. So again, we don't have room to navigate or maneuver, and that's why it is inherently dangerous. I have requested Brian Movie to berth 10. He says he won't do it. He's saving it for commercial boats. So it's an unassigned slip that's used by commercial transient boats. He can assign it to me. It's a 50-foot pier. My boat is 46 feet long. It doesn't share the space with another boat. It would be immensely safer for me in and out. We go in and out 5 times a day. That's 10.
Mr. Drake, if you could finish up, please.
Yep. I've had problems hiring captains because the situation is so risky. I have one very senior captain. He's had an unlimited master license for 35 years, and his words are, the current berthing situation with the Angler is unsafe for berthing and for the crew of the Sea Gypsy. Also, in the
Mr. Drake, if you could finish up, please.
Yeah, the new guidebook. The purpose of these regulations is to provide for the safe and efficient operation of the municipal marinas, to operate the marinas manner in a fair and uniform. I'm getting none of this. I am going to continue to protest until I get a positive improvement in my docking situation, because someone is going to get hurt, and I'm not going to let it rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm here tonight to support 2 articles before you. The first, 2027-06, the council confirmation of the reappointment of the members of the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund, and the appointment of a new member, Seth Etienne, as a member. I interviewed the applicants for this position. It was vacant for a while. It was advertised for a long time. And finally, we got 4 applicants, 2 withdrew, and I was one of the members of the board that interviewed the remaining. I find Mr. Etienne to be thoughtful, intelligent, and willing to volunteer his time for public service. He's represents a generation that we rarely see in our boards and commissions, and I welcomed his thoughtfulness, and the committee recommended his appointment, and Mr. Els agreed. I'm also here to support Article 2716, dissolving the tie committee and requiring the applications not to exceed the minimum standard. I've commented several times before the council, not the new council, I'll call it the new council, but for me it's a new council, on the outsized ties that have been granted by the council versus the average ties by other gateway cities. I've supplied the information that we grossly exceeded the ties that were granted statewide from gateway cities. I strongly support reducing the impact on taxpayers who share the cost of these exempted taxes. So thank you to approve those 2. Thank you.
Could you
Thank
give
you.
me your name?
I'm sorry, Laura Schufelt from West Barnstable. Thank you.
How you doing, folks?
Mr. Schwab?
Eric Schwab from Hyannis. So I was in Baxter's yesterday paying too much for a fried oyster, and the pirate boat came by, and my 2 out-of-town guests were like, "Oh, look, it's a pirate boat." And they were really excited about it, and I hope you find it in your hearts to accommodate them, because it's something for the kids to do. You know, when we're driving everything out of town, the carousel's gone, the mini golf is gone. You want to run out the pirates too? I mean, come on. It's ridiculous what's going on. We want you please to come to the high school on July 22nd. There's a lot of concern about what's going on West Main Street. We do not feel that the town has adequately represented the interests of the residents, and that seems to be a recurring theme these days. So I would hope that if you're watching on TV, that you come out on July 22nd, and all of you are certainly invited, because we hope to fill that room, and so you can see firsthand just how wrong this decision really is, how misguided it is. Then I want to just mention that we have 2 appeals with the Mass DEP. One is up on 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. The second is the pump station at 268. We have gotten 0 cooperation from the town. Town attorneys have done nothing. We've had to file for records requests because they were unwilling to voluntarily give us documents. We've gotten 0 cooperation from the DPW. We have not been allowed to interview members of town staff to even formulate a reconciliation plan. So why are we paying for these salaries if these people are working against us? Why is it we give you a petition and you ignore us? Why? I mean, aren't you supposed to represent the people? Do you only represent the builders in this community? Do you not represent the residents? Because it feels that way. It feels like you're more interested in building than you are in improving the quality of life of town residents. And you can all sit there with your long faces, but that doesn't resolve the situation. You're not resolving the situation. You're not helping us make Hyannis a better place. You're sitting in your little precincts, ignoring the fact that Hyannis is getting tore up. We're not getting services from the town. You're trying to run the pirates out of town. I mean, come on. One of you, and I think that's you, Craig, needs to step up his game. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Schulte.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Just a brief comment regarding the consent agenda.
Bob, would you just identify yourself for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob Schulte from Centerville. Just a brief comment regarding some of the items on the consent agenda. Items 2027, 007, 008, and 009. These are the recommendations from the Town Council Standing Zoning and Regulatory Board regarding changes to Section 240, or Chapter 240 of the zoning. These are the follow-ups to the work done by the Ad hoc Zoning Committee, were agreed to by the committee as well as the Planning Board. I just want to encourage you to move that item forward to the Planning Board to advance the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moran.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the second half of 2006. My name's Larry Moran from Catuit, and I'm here on several things, but the 2 things I'm going to point to are the homeless shelter issue and the town council rules concerning debate. Concerning the event next Wednesday, when the meetings have been held, not in different venues, I have observed that Catholic priests from the Fall River District have been showing up and supporting the so-called religious issue that's involved with that particular application. It's absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion, and many other people, to take the advice from people that don't even live here to come and tell us what we should be doing. There's no basis for that, and I follow up completely with what both Eric and what John Julius have said. Be there for the meeting. Don't just show up, but be active. The question is whether you choose to make a comment is within your prerogative. but I think it's going to be inherent that you show your involvement with this and then be prepared to state your position. Don't be shy about it. Now, the second thing involves what I call not debating. When we do public comment up here, we make our comments, and then the next thing that is going to be invited for you guys to do is to say, what comments or responses do you have to the public comment? But many times over the years that I've, not the years, 3 years I've been doing this, I have seen comments that have come back that refute some of the public comments you've heard, but there's no dialogue, there's no back and forth. The town council rule prohibits debate. We're not talking about a wide open debate, we're talking about an interchange of thought and ideas. We don't have Charlie Kirk here, but we do have the concept of having a balance between the discussions that are made. If you have a difference or opinion, not only state it, but give us the chance to come back and respond or clarify to things. That would be a great showing on your part that you really care about what public comment's all about. If you don't do it, it's all you're telling us is you really don't care.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room that would like to make a comment?
Hi, my name's Conrad Watson. I own the building on the corner of Center Street and Main Street, and they did a lot of work down there last fall and this spring with all the new lights, and it hasn't changed a thing. People come from the West Yarmouth end speeding to make that light where I am, and then they speed to make the next light. And I swear, some of these people are going 60 miles an hour. There's been people, I've had customers killed at that cross area, and I'm here to speak on behalf. There's so many reasons to make this two-way, to vote it in, the two-way streets. And I know a lot of people live on South Street, and that's a drag strip, very dangerous. And hopefully it goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Elizabeth?
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Worfbein, Director of Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District. I live in Centerville, and I'm here to talk positively on behalf of the Great Streets plan, which is to turn the downtown into two-way thoroughfares on so many reasons why it's important. None of them we made up. They all came from experts that do this for a living. I mean, sometimes people talk to me about it and they say, where did this come from? And I'm like, I never would have come out with this change being so important, but Jeff Speck came to us, and he's a professor, and that's all he does for a living is transform downtowns with traffic changes. And he's done 80 transformations from one-way to two-way, and none have ever turned back. So that was big data for me. And when we called Augusta, Maine, the capital of Maine, who had just turned from 2 to 1 way, because my board said, what, this is important? And I called them and they said it's a game changer for their downtown. It's safer, more people want to live there, it's much more walkable. So you think of places you love, you know, like downtowns where everyone's walking and crossing the street. This is what we'll have more of. And one of the things that was kind of a death knell years ago to the downtown was changing it to the one-way. Amongst other things, people leaving the mall coming in. But all this together did hurt downtowns around the country. So if you are saying, what is she, wacky person idea? This is a best practice. If you Google it, the two-way conversion and what it does to downtowns, you will hear and read it yourself like, oh, this is like a thing. It's a phenomenon. So we didn't make it up. We're just following what the experts' advice is. And we're so glad that the town has really embraced it and done a lot of iterations and a lot of work. And, you know, I say the town workers and the town leadership are great, and they do listen to the residents, and they're fantastic to work with. So the proof's in the pudding. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? See no one, anyone online? Okay, I'll close public comment. Council response to public comment. Anyone on my left? Councilor Deleuze.
There's a lot there. I absolutely agree with John Julius. And I don't agree with two-way streets in Hyannis. I mean, we are running out of water, or we're in a water crisis, and if it's been since 2019 and it hasn't gotten better, I don't see it getting better anytime soon, and I'm not for letting other people kill me for lack of water. If you have no water, you will die. You can go out with food for a long time without eating, like 3 or 4 days, maybe even longer, but not water. And I don't feel anybody in this room or anywhere else has the right to deny me of good water. And that's what you're doing when you put up all these apartments, when we're insufficient water, 2019, and y'all are building like 95 going south. It's insane. It's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Levesque.
Oh, I forgot. And I absolutely agree, too, with Mr. Schwab about the not getting any help on stuff. And again, President, I asked you several times about what happened to our petition, and still nothing. Been over a year. That's kind of like I don't give a damn to you and your 250 residents. It's wrong. That's your job. Now I'm done.
Okay. Councilor Levesque.
Thank you, President Tamish. A couple of things. It does keep getting brought up that the idea that the report that came out in 2019 says that we have a water shortage. That's a little bit taken out of context. It's saying that if we could come along a water shortage, if something happens to our water supply as it currently stands, so the need is to create redundancy, which this council has done by voting and moving forward to clean up the straightway wells and put carbon filters and things of that nature. So just to kind of clear that up, we do not currently have a water shortage. What it comes from is that if something happened to our water supply, we wouldn't have the redundancy needed, that type of thing. So, and that's what caused problems in the past where we had to borrow water from ComFire, and we also had Yarmouth as well. So just to clear that up, thank you on that. And then in response and respect to Mr. Moran's comments in regards to the priests coming from different parts of the Fall River Diocese, I believe, and this is just my guess, I don't know for a fact, but it is the Diocese of Fall River, the headship and the leadership of the Catholic Church in the Catholic Diocese that runs these homeless shelters. It's not the only one that they run. The leadership is from Fall River. So I believe that that's why they're coming from that area, so that they can speak towards the mission of what that is. I believe it's regrettable that the town attorney wrote what she wrote in regards to the, I don't agree with it personally, because the mission of the church, it was kind of described that it wasn't a command to help the people, but if, and I don't want to go out here and list scripture and things of that nature. I think it's that's not necessary, but I do believe that there's a difference of opinion in regards to that, and that it is actually to serve the homeless is a form of worship, and therefore it's a command. So I think that in discussing it with some of the Catholic priests that I've talked to, and again, the leadership, the monsignors, the bishop, and things of that nature, I think that they would be fitting that the leadership would come and speak towards that, and be able to give their input in regards to that, to defend that position. So I just wanted to give you that opportunity that you requested to have a dialogue. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lutke.
Yes, I agree with Lisa. An enormous amount of information was relayed to us this evening. Sandy Jones, thank you so much for your research. I think there's going to be a robust discussion when that item comes up at the end of our agenda, and the information you provided will be very helpful in having that discussion. John Julius, thank you again for the reminder about the ZBA hearing, and Eric Schwab also on that, and Larry Morin. It is in my precinct. I've gotten an enormous amount of interest from my constituents. I will be there as the representative from that precinct and as the liaison to the ZBA. I would encourage everybody to attend. It's going to be quite interesting. There's very nuanced legal arguments that have been slightly mentioned here. I won't go into them at all, but I think it would be very informative for everyone. And I encourage, all the residents of the town to come. It affects everybody. So thank you for those reminders. Stan Drake and the pirate ship. I'm very dismayed by what's going on with this pirate ship. I remember going to a Waterways Committee meeting. It's got to be a year ago where this was brought up. It's very dangerous. And I agree with Mr. Schwab. I've watched it over my lifetime. All of the children's activities in Hyannis have disappeared. We have beer gardens and bars and, fine for the adults. But there's nothing, a family would be dragging a kid along Main Street with nothing there. And, we lost the carousel. We lost Lorraine's for those who are old enough. We lost the other toy store that just came at the end. But to lose that pirate ship, come on. We have to be better. And I think parking that 75-foot ship beside it was a money grab by the town, because we get more money the longer the ship. And shame on us, because our small businesses are the heartbeat of this community. And if we're not going to support them, and one of the few child-friendly, family-friendly businesses, then shame on us. So I would ask leadership to really look into this. If he's not getting any kind of answers through normal channels, good for him for coming here and airing this, because that's what people do. When they're shut out every other way, this is what they do. They reach out, and good for him. And it's a beautiful thing, and it speaks to a lot of things about small businesses, and Elizabeth Wolfpain should know about small businesses and the importance of those. So thank you for him for coming. Laura Schufelt, can't agree with you more. She's always been very good about the tie agreements. It's about time we address this in a coherent way, and we're going to do that this evening. And I think it also ties together, it's a pun there, but it ties together with the Affordable Housing Trust assignment. The way we dole out money in this town, we have to be very careful, since we're now going to try to ask our residents to pay more. Eric, I spoke about what you said, very good comments, again, about the pirate ship. Bob Schulte, thank you for the comment about the zoning amendments. I am also the liaison to the planning board. I went to the planning board the other night, and the chair of the board mentioned his initial suspicion that the zoning subcommittee would be worth its weight. And then he said, I've been pleasantly surprised. And I have to say, these 3 amendments that are coming through us to go to the planning board, having Jake Dewey and Steve Robichaud there, my goodness, and Chris, you're on there, it really, we did something right with that. So these are solid amendments, so I hope we move those right through to the planning board. And then Larry, as always, very thoughtful comments. You mentioned, again, the homeless shelter. And I'd like you, most people, I'm the only one who talks mostly, but it would be nice for people, I'd like my fellow councilors to put their thoughts kind of out, rather than the silent mode. It would be refreshing to know where people stand on things. And that's why, again, please come to the ZBA meeting. Please do. There's so many issues there that need to be brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Crocker.
Thank you. I'm going back and forth on this, and I'm going to relay some personal information to people who may jump to conclusions about my presence at the meeting on Wednesday. I cannot be there. My wife is having major surgery on that day. She's having a knee replaced in Boston. So if you don't see my face, that is the reason why I'm taking care of my wife. I don't want anyone to jump to conclusions on why I'm not there. That is why.
Thank you. And anyone else? Okay. We will move on to town manager communications. The town manager's report has been provided to all councilors. It is also available on the town website by going to the town manager's page and clicking on the town manager's communication to the town council. Did anyone have any questions for the town manager? Okay. Minutes. If we could have a motion, please, to accept the public session minutes of June 25th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Deleuze,
No.
Keating,
Yes.
Levesque,
Abstain.
Ludke,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
8 yes.
The motion does pass. Okay. We have two presentations tonight. First, I'd like to invite the town manager to come up, please. Mark, if you could just address the elevator issue and what's going to be going on with that, if you would. Just so people start to think about the meeting coming up.
Sure, why don't you give me 2 seconds to
I
pull
got a
up.
copy here if you want that.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up on that.
It's okay. We've been talking about it plenty. In general, we're doing repairs to the elevator. The elevator's at the end of its useful life. We need to make repairs to the elevator. And there isn't ever a good time to not have the elevator functional in the building. So what President Tamish has asked me to do is review the memo that we put out to everybody, specifically our boards, commissions, and committees, relevant to those who are using this building and room for their meetings for about a 3-month period commencing September 8th. And basically, you know, the elevator at Town Hall will be taking out of service for replacement. It's projected that this work will take approximately 3 months. So we are conservatively anticipating that the elevator may be out of service through December. To ensure we meet our legal obligations to provide individuals with disabilities equal opportunity to vote and to access town programs, services, and public meetings during the period in which the elevator will be out of service, we've prepared guidance below. And we are, you know, sharing this information, available to discuss it, so that all of our, in this case, boards and committees, committee chairs, understand what we are going to be managing here for this 3-month period. Again, during that period, commencing September 8th, regulatory boards, committees, and commissions will continue to hold public meetings. However, all public meetings of those boards, committees, and commissions shall be conducted remotely on Zoom. No meetings of such entities are to be held in person here in this room. Advisory boards and committees should consider whether they need to meet during this period and may elect not to hold any meetings during this time. If such boards do decide to meet, such meetings shall be held remotely. No advisory board and committee meeting are to be held in person in this room. For boards and committees who are unfamiliar with using Zoom, we have training and instruction and support available. And we give who they talk to, and we're looking to do this by August 1st so that we can make sure that everybody's prepared for this interruption of the use of this room. Council is different. We can certainly, I'll ask Karen Nober if you have detailed questions, but we've spoken with the president of the council, and the intent is for you to meet here in this room and for us to make accommodation for anybody who needs it, who cannot access because the elevator will be out of commission.
Right. Thank you. And I just wanted to also emphasize that business being conducted in town hall, such as the tax collector, the assessor's office, the town clerk's office, will all have arrangements made so that business can be conducted and you can get done whatever you need to get done. So
Yeah,
I just wanted to start that discussion.
Well, yeah, and the practicality of it is if the elevator fails, it's a planned closure of the elevator. If it fails, it could be a much longer event to repair. So that's why we planned for the replacement, so that we can avoid that occurring. So it is a disruption, though.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions for Mr. Ells? Okay, thank you. The first workshop, is that Dean, Mr. Santos, or Dr. Santos and Mr. Kupfer, I believe? Thank you, Mark. Mr. Kupfer, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, all. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development, here to discuss the Great Streets final presentation, as it's entitled this evening on the agenda. Tonight, we are before you to discuss the Great Streets Plan program, where we've been, where we are today, and where we are proposed to head. The reason we are before you, we're technically not here seeking approvals, as we are not in need of a vote or additional funding. But at our last meeting, when we brought forward our final easements for construction plans and acceptance of those easements, there were some lingering questions. So when we came back internally with the team, we thought it was prudent for the council to fully understand all the intricacies of this project and have a dialogue about if there are any lingering questions and concerns. So tonight, I hope to give you that presentation and certainly offer any comment. And I'm joined here by Director of DPW, Dan Santos, and Town Engineer Griffin Bowden, and please interject if you desire. So again, quickly, I'll go through a quick project overview, our process, some of the renderings, schedule of completion, and outline of funding. So what is the Downtown Hyannis Great Streets project? So essentially what we have done for over the last 5+ years is discuss how we can improve our village center of Hyannis. You know, Hyannis has gone through a lot of transitions over decades, generations. And as we look across the town of Barnstable, we're treating Hyannis different. We are looking at our village centers in each of the villages, and we're talking about how can we improve pedestrian safety? How can we slow down vehicles? How can we help small businesses? And here in Hyannis, we made a decision 50+ years ago to make that a highway, to send cars from east to west and send them out of our village and back through town. So we looked at that and we said, well, why is that? And what can we do to improve that? And so we discussed with our peers. We looked at best practices. We discussed this with engineers that have done this across the country. And we've discussed this with planners across the country. And what we did, we brought them into the town of Barnstable, and we discussed it with all of you. So the project study area is essentially downtown Hyannis, right? So the West End Rotary onto essentially the hospital, right? So east to west, the West End Rotary to the hospital, down to our 6 Points intersection, which is the harbor, and up to just beyond the Center Street intersection of Main Street. So, a fairly lengthy main street, essentially a mile along Main Street, which includes also South Street and North Street and all the side streets along with it. The project process, so again, this has obviously been a lengthy process, and so I don't fault anyone for not recalling the details. We are a busy community. So back in fall of 2022, we began to develop out our existing conditions and analyze our existing conditions. Everything we know today, anyone who walks Main Street, North Street, South Street, and sees the activity that happens all throughout the day, the traffic flows, et cetera. We began to hold community meetings. We had a kickoff charrette right here where we invited, again, experts in to give presentations. We had boards discussing different opportunities, what we could do to better safety, what we could do to improve congestion, et cetera, here in Main Street and downtown Hyannis. We follow that up with stakeholder meetings, inviting property owners along Main Street, South Street, North Street in, really getting into the weeds about every block and what the impacts may be if we were to make some wholesale changes, and discussing how that impacts our existing conditions. We had another community meeting where we brought everyone over to the high school, and we furthered the discussions about our existing conditions, what are some early concepts, what we've heard to date from those charrettes, what we heard to date from our public officials, and we discussed those concepts and designs. We came back after those public meetings and public comments, and we held a meeting again right back here, a full house, and we had a final design meeting where we presented what the proposal was for downtown Hyannis, essentially two-way Main Street, two-way South Street, removing a few stoplights and converting those into stop signs to slow traffic and safety. That two-way, again, obviously, and I'll go into all the reasons for it, but identifying all the major designs that would take place and creating that report there that's been on our town website ever since. Beyond that, so we took our final design concepts and working closely with DPW, we transitioned those design concepts into construction drawings so that, if we were to hand this off to a contractor, they specifically know the exact locations of which paint is being put down, signage is being put up, et cetera. We then took that 75% construction drawings, as we typically do when we hold a public meeting. We held that public meeting, well attended again. And we had a couple really good comments that came out of that. Concerns about the pedestrian amenities, specifically for the 6 Points intersection, concerns about ADA improvements, and concerns about delivery zones. Those were like the three big ones that we heard from our residents and business owners. So we took those comments and we went back to the drawing board. And for about 6 months, we fine-tuned those aspects of the construction drawings in order to better accommodate all of those items. So we're trying to do our best to improve pedestrian amenities. We're doing some wholesale ADA improvements up and down Main Street, systematically looking at the curb cuts and how we can improve those. We heard from the Barnstable Housing Authority about ways to improve pedestrian connectivity, so that is added to the project, and we'll go over each of these. So what are the current conflicts that the project's trying to address? So again, you may have already taken from some of the passion early on, but it's not about moving cars quickly through Hyannis. It's actually exactly the opposite. We're not looking to make this a highway. We're looking to make this a place. And so what we're looking to do is converting the one-way system to two-way. With that, we add different abilities to move up and down through our downtown Hyannis, meaning I could take a left on South Street now, or I could now go down Main Street, like this picture here that welcomes you to Main Street and sends you down South Street. Now you would actually be able to go down Main Street and enjoy our village center, as opposed to going down South Street, taking a left, taking another left, hoping you don't miss that spot you were looking for, and then going back around again. The carjacking, that is a very serious thing that this is hoping to address. Carjacking, meaning two cars speeding down Main Street. One stops on the crosswalk, the other doesn't. That's a very serious thing that we've seen time and time again here in downtown Hyannis. And that, honestly, it needs to stop, and this is the way to stop that. Project goals, again, addressing congestion, creating a place, emphasis on pedestrians, traffic calming, multimodal transportation. What that means, adding pedestrian and bike opportunities, and I'll go over exactly how we do that in this project. So roadway improvements, conversion of Main Street and South Street to two ways, replacing major traffic signals with all-way stops. I'll show you those specific locations. Not every traffic signal is being removed. The original proposal was more. We fine-tune it based on local conditions to reduce those slightly, but to still achieve the intent of the project. Reduce lane widths, again, slowing down vehicles, adding some bike accommodations, enhancing pedestrian improvements, ADA improvements, continuous on-street parking, making sure that we have proper loading zones. And we do have a couple capital improvements, meaning the 6 points intersection, and I'll go over each of these. The capital improvement, when I say capital improvements, that's when I'm saying we're moving curb line. By and large, this project is what I said, repainting, restriping, adding stop signs, but there are some specific capital improvements, and I'll go over each. So the renderings, again, this is the full scale, from left to right, of the scope of the project. What we do for that multimodal aspect. So the blue is what we heard and what we added to this project. So over time when we're hearing, and some key ones, some things that you probably have heard over and over again, and you were like, we need to get this project done. One being on the west side, North Street, from Stevens to the West End Rotary. We're adding a bike shared use path. That's something we've heard time and time again is a need. We felt this as an opportunity to add to the scope, and we were able to achieve that. Same thing with Old Colony. From the transportation center down to 6 points. We have a sidewalk now, but we have some extra width there. We know the need for better accommodations from the transportation center to the harbor. We heard that from the Housing Authority as well as the need for it, so we were able to add that to the project. The red is the one-way bike lane, which I'll touch on as well, trying to add some bike accommodations. But this, as I mentioned at I think the last meeting, an iterative process. This would be a kind of a temporary solution to a more long-term, adding a full multimodal kind of cycle path to downtown Hyannis, which would make a safe opportunity for all. So in terms of that two-way, Main Street itself, this is just a cross-section that shows traffic going in two different directions. There's not a lot of movement here on Main Street. Essentially what all this boils down to is right now there's a white strip in the middle. We're going to change that to yellow. So now you're going two ways on Main Street. Now, to just add some fine touches to this, when we're looking at this, it's just paint on the ground, right? We're going to be restriping parking spaces. We're restriping the middle line. We felt it didn't do the village center service to just black out lines and repaint lines. So we added to the scope paving of Main Street first, and then we'll come back in with proper painting there. South Street, a little bit different. As we're shifting that center line over, we have a big width, or a significant width there on South Street. Think about it as you're driving down South Street, how easy it is to speed. That's because we designed it that way. It's 2 lanes with wide lanes. So now what we're doing is shifting it over. And because we have such wide lanes, we actually have extra width to add a bike lane going one way. We can't accommodate 2 safely. So one way down South Street, and north you'll see the same, but in the just flipped. Intersection controls. We are leaving some intersection stoplights, that being like near the fire station and Center Street and down on Camp. A couple specific areas where we are changing lights to stop signs or adding 4-way stops. For instance, the lights to stop sign, Ocean Street and Main Street. If you've ever driven down, coming from the airport rotary, heading to the harbor, and you're approaching Main Street and you see that yellow, you're booking it. You're trying to go through it. I've been guilty of it. You're trying to get through that yellow light. That's not in character with our village center. So this forces everyone to stop at that intersection and carry on. One specific area where we're now converting to four-way stop that is not a four-way stop right now is High School Road intersection, the High School Road extension, and South Street. That has been a problem for as long as I've seen it, and this hopes to remedy that. Again, now with the two-way conversion on South Street, you can add stop signs to that intersection. So even though for some reason some folks do stop on South Street because it basically, you feel like you should be stopping already, now we'll be putting stop signs up and making sure of that. So it becomes a much safer condition. When I mentioned capital improvements, this is one of them. So capital improvements, again, moving curb lines. So everything you've seen to date is essentially paint and signs. Everything you see, all the slides that I've shown already, paint, signs, we're taking down some stoplights, and now we're talking about moving of curb line. Moving of curb line right now, that's that picture that I showed earlier. You're coming west to east. You want to head down Main Street, but you can't. You take the slip lane down South Street. What we're doing here is allowing you to continue down Main Street, or you can take a right onto South Street. By doing this, we're able to close off that slip lane and make some extra green space there, plant some trees. And then now that welcome to Main Street, you can actually go down Main Street, or you can continue down South Street if you'd like. Again, the North Street sidewalk extension, we heard loud and clear the need for this. We were able to, and thanks to DPW for thinking this long term and looking at the capital improvement plan and seeing an opportunity to add to the scope. So we're able to add an 8-foot shared use path, essentially from Stevens all the way down to the West End Rotary to accommodate that sidewalk need there, that missing link, essentially, that connects you to West Main Street. 6 Points intersection, obviously the biggest comments to date. We looked at several iterations, and this ended up being the safest option for all and the best option for this location. This is through the construction docks, so these are the ones that went out to bid. Adding significant green space there, adding landscape island, increasing the widths of the islands in between the lanes so that if you are not able or willing to cross from north to south, there is safe harbor on the island there. So we have a sizable width there for you able to stay and wait and take that next steps from there. It's also we do the stamped brick in the crosswalk with the widened crosswalk. So this isn't your standard crosswalk. The brick area, the red area, is your standard crosswalk, and then we've essentially tripled it by adding more of the gray stone or cobblestone in that area in order to, again, you're entering the harbor district. We'll be having a significant signage program there where you'll be entering the harbor district. You'll be entering the pedestrian area. There will be rapid flash beacons as well to accommodate as well and to add extra layers to this. In addition, you'll see on Old Colony, so that stretch going north, kind of to the side there. That again is the shared use path that I mentioned before. So not only North Street, but Old Colony will have it as well. So one thing that I didn't mention yet that I do want to mention, I mentioned briefly, so each of these intersections we systematically went through and graded all of our curb cuts to see which one are ADA compliant or which one needs upgrading. And so with each of those that need upgrading, those are added to the scope again. And so we're going to make sure that that was a priority, and we're going to benefit all users here in the village center. So, since that time, since the construction docks, so invitation for bid went out spring of 2026. We have since received those bids, and we are within budget. And we are reviewing those bids now and determining whether to move forward with proceeding with the project. So commencement of construction would then take place fall of 2026. Obviously, as we've always committed, a pause in construction in the summer season. Obviously, that's very crucial to our Hyannis area, tourism economy. So we have committed to, and with the bids, we require that a pause occurs in the summer. And we're seeking completion of construction spring of 2028, again, not interrupting the summer season. Outline of funding. Funding for design, it's key to note that we're not seeking local dollars through this. CDBG funds were assigned for ADA improvements. We received a Housing Works grant. And we had DRI mitigation funds, all of which went towards design that got you to the 100% construction design docs. Again, for funding, same thing. We were successful with a significant Mass Works grant, so a $1.8 million grant from the state, another $500,000 grant from the state for complete streets. We had, and again, DPW assigned or requested in the capital plan, I believe last year, for North Street sidewalk construction, and that was approved. And again, CDBG funds will be used for ADA improvements. And Chapter 90 unallocated funds will be going towards roadway improvements as well. How to stay up to date on the project for anyone listening and watching. We have an active website on the planning and development webpage. Great Streets link has everything up there. It has the full construction docs on there, and it has the whole schedule where we've been to date. So with that, I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes, ma'am.
Jim, thank you very much for that. I know you could probably do that presentation in your sleep, but I think it's important to update the council as the council changes so everybody is aware of what's going on. Any discussion on my left? Any questions? Councilor Keene?
I just want to say I'm so excited about this project. I just can't believe that 50 years ago we made this into a highway, and it's really obviously bad design. Even more offensive is South Street to my mind than Main Street. And I think a movement like this to make it, to help small businesses, to help pedestrians, to reduce traffic deaths and injuries, and to make this a more livable downtown is just going to be incredible. And it really makes it the same way that we've treated every other villages downtown. And Hyannis is sort of going back to that. So my compliments to you and everybody for pushing this forward.
Thank you. Councilor Vector.
Thank you, President Tamish. Jim, I just want to say thanks. We've been at this for a little bit. My first conference I ever went to at an MMA meeting was with Jeff Speck. I came back from that meeting in January of 2018, and I said to Elizabeth Jenkins, I think we should try two-way Main Street, two-way South Street, and didn't know how that was going to happen. But over time, we brought in Mr. Speck and Stantec Engineering and our DPW, and really getting the smartest people in the room to put something together that's that we can get behind and move things forward. And I'm excited that new councils like Councilor Keene are excited about it and see the benefit of it. There was always that looming threat when the Kmart shopping plaza was going to be redeveloped, and the same people, WS, that did Derby Street, and that was going to take more business away from Main Street. What are we going to do for Main Street? What are we going to do for Main Street? And as somebody who, for over 10 years, had a business on Main Street, I really had a passion for what was going to happen here, and seeing how really, dead it is in the off season. So with the housing moving in and with this ability to make this a destination, I think this is going to really help not only downtown businesses, but really the tax benefit of the growth dollars that will be created because of it, and the property values and things of that nature will definitely benefit long term for our downtown and make it vibrant once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Deleuze?
When, excuse me, when Main Street becomes two ways, where are delivery trucks going to park to unload?
Yep, that's a very good question, and that's a question we heard quite a bit in previous meetings. And so we've had a lot of discussions with the business owners on Main Street about timing of deliveries and where strategic deliveries are necessary. So what we're proposing is signage in very specific areas, that deliveries are allowed in certain areas and reserved for certain areas from a period of time of right now it's 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., though we're working with the businesses to ask what is their prime hours that they would desire. But right now it's 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., and we would put those signs up as part of the process. And so we wouldn't lose parking, though, in the peak times, which is like the dinner rush. So by and large, that's when the deliveries. There are outside deliveries, obviously, that we all know and we all run into. And from those, it's up to the businesses to really work with the delivery drivers to make sure that they're adhering to our local standards.
Okay, I'm just saying, the traffic coming on the Cape can be a long time to get over that bridge, and you can get stuck in traffic for an hour, 2 hours trying to get on the Cape. What happens if it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Are they still able to unload relatively easily?
Yeah, so there certainly won't be any prohibitions to that, but yes, they will run into an additional hurdle where there's not as much space during the prime time. And that's something that the business owner is going to have to work out with these delivery drivers. And these delivery drivers aren't dumb. I mean, I've worked with a lot of these businesses in the past, and most of these businesses are leaving the Fall River area at like 2 in the morning because they know that that's going to be the case. I'm not sticking with the tourists. I'm going down to P-Town by 7 a.m. so I can be back to Hyannis by 10 a.m. So these folks aren't dumb. We'll certainly be relaying the message to the businesses to relay it to their delivery drivers that this is coming and that this is the proper signage, and we're hoping that you will adhere to these. And, it will certainly be a learning curve, and we'll work with each of the businesses on that.
I still think it's a bad idea.
Understood.
Councilor Ledke?
Yes, thank you. It's nice to see the final presentation that went out for bid. A couple questions on it. One, I'm very concerned about, Jim, because we've had this since the, late preliminary design. The Erickson Taylors have been very vocal in the ADA piece. And in your presentation, you said the ADA improvements were on North Street and Old Colony. And I think that they were very clear. And if you go down Main Street right now, you can see there's spaces that are handicapped, but then they have those giant granite curbs that are impenetrable. And if you look at most places where you have handicap parking, it comes down to meet the road so you can maneuver your wheeled vehicles and things. So I didn't see that in your presentation. I find that very troubling because I think our spaces on Main Street ought to be ADA compliant. So is that in there, and did I just not see it? That's one question.
So before Griffin takes over, I do want to clarify, and maybe I misspoke. No, ADA compliance along Main Street in terms of pedestrians and curb ramps, et cetera, is absolutely one of the priorities of this project. In terms of parking spaces specifically, I'll hand that to Griffin.
Yeah, thank you. Griffin Bowden, Town Engineer. Main Street's actually the focus of the ADA improvements when it comes to curb ramps as well as on-street parking. We systematically looked at every on-street accessible parking space along Main Street and on the side streets. Not every one of them is it practical to remove the granite curb, nor is that necessarily what every accessible parking space calls for. Some people, it's more helpful to have the curb removed, and in some locations we're able to accommodate that, specifically on High School Road, where right now there are accessible spaces. There's some additional space that will be created by narrowing the lanes that will allow us to basically have no curbs adjacent to those parking spaces. Along Main Street, we're making improvements to remove impediments directly on the sidewalk right next to the accessible spaces. So in a lot of locations right now, for whatever reason, there ends up being a planter that ends up adjacent to an accessible space, or a sign is just a legacy sign that's in a bad location that gets in the way of opening a door or having the accessible ramp come out of come out of the van, for instance. So that was a focus of how we were dealing with ensuring that they were
But
better
again, you've mentioned High School Road, but you didn't mention Main. Are you
Main
taking
Street.
down some of those curbs on Main Street?
Not on Main Street.
Well, that I think is a mistake. I don't know if you can do an amendment to it. I don't know, has our Disability Commission looked at this?
Yeah, so there are some locations where there are actually lower curbs, where we have looked to accommodate to the maximum extent possible. Again, on High School Road, there will be a cluster where there will be full accommodations, and we have improved the accommodations for every one of the spaces on Main Street.
But did the Disability Commission have a look, and did they, or no?
There were multiple members at the last 75% concept design, which we both heard these similar comments, and that's why.
Yeah, and
Griffin and I-
I've actually walked Main Street with Paul Logan to have not necessarily a discussion about the project, but about the impediments that we see on Main Street. And there's not unanimous necessarily agreement about the removal of granite curbing. It actually comes down to what your setup of your van is. In some cases, it's actually easier to have the curbing there, and in some cases it's not. So, definitely what we heard back from Mr. Logan was removing all these barriers that are adjacent to the spaces is critical, and it's something we've been working to progressively do, and certainly will do further through the project. But we have ensured that we're improving every accessible space as part of
Okay, that's what because those comments were really important, and I just want to make sure.
And the majority of the accessible ramps along Main Street are going to be replaced as well.
Okay, and then can you bring up the picture of the circle there at the 6 points? My question is about crosswalks, because I don't see a crosswalk on Ocean Street, and Ocean Street is going to be two-way, correct? Why isn't there a crosswalk there? And I say that because I do this. You know, that little sandwich shop is quite popular, and they have the parking across the street. And now that it's going to be two-way and perhaps a bit busier, and I think about Conrad Watson's comments, why isn't there a crosswalk there? And why isn't there a continuation around that between Ocean and Old Colony? If you get what I'm saying.
I do. I understand what you're saying, Councilor.
What happened there? Why did that? I just think you're cutting people off, and you're going to force situations that are not going to be.
It's ultimately due to a lack of space. So there's not enough right-of-way space in that location. You can't necessarily see it very well on this plan, but there's a dark dashed line that defines the right-of-way, and there wasn't enough space to install a sidewalk on the east side, kind of south of the curb cut to the old gas station there, down to the roundabout. So there is a full-width shared use path in the area where we requested the easement the last meeting. And there will be a sidewalk that's a little further up, kind of up near the Ocean Street Deli, for instance, where we are looking to improve the crosswalk in that location where the parking lot is.
You're going to put one at the parking lot?
Yeah, yep. Yes, not as part of this project. It's part of the development agreement with the building that was just torn down. But it was an improvement that was being made
Because
through that
that's
project.
also right where their garage entrance is, with absolutely no driveway whatsoever. I mean, those cars are going to pop out of there right onto there.
And so the driveway entrance at that parking lot is going to be moved further south, and they'll be slightly further south, and there will be a new crosswalk installed at that
Oh, wait,
location.
it has two entrances right now. What are you saying?
Well, the northern entrance to that
Be
parking
moved
lot will be moved
further.
slightly further south, and there'll be a new crosswalk installed in that location, was something that we've worked as part of that.
Okay, it just still seems a shame you couldn't do some continuity there. On
Yeah,
the
it's
north
ultimately
side.
private property in that location, and we weren't able to.
Did you pursue easements at all? No?
Yes. We pursued contacting and trying to work with them. We were not successful with that. That doesn't mean we can't in the future. If we are successful, we certainly can. And that goes with all these details. If we finish this project and we walk Main Street and we identify a new location for an accessible parking space that we want to add, we certainly can pursue that. None of those small details have to be lost just because we're pursuing this project. Those could be iterative, just like I know Councilor Ludke and I have had conversations about the future of Old Colony, for instance. That could be something that, down the line, if we feel is the next best step is closing it down wholesale. But that's just not part of this project yet. So once we see this as a success, and we can better it with each of these details.
All right, and then my final comment will be, and we've had discussions again, Jim, you and I, is, all this, I'll call it grass because it looks like grass. I hope it's really not grass. The stuff facing the street, we've had discussions about that I hope we're going to look at putting in things that are more drought tolerant, that aren't need to be mowed and fertilized and pesticized and all those sorts of things. I see, a lot of grass. And I always say, if you're not going to sit on the grass or play in the grass, it shouldn't be grass. It should be something that's going to be more drought tolerant, speaking about our water problems and things. I can't read the plant schedule. It's too small. But as we move forward with this, I hope we weave in some of those ideas that we be more sustainable, and especially our plantings right along the road, which get salt and a lot of abuse. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just real quick to address that, yes, Councilor Ludke and I have had a lot of great discussions about different types of vegetation, so I'll certainly work with DPW and see what we can do to achieve that.
Thank you. Vice President Clark.
Thank you very much, President Tamish, and thank you for this comprehensive presentation. I also applaud you for cobbling together a lot of the funding that doesn't come from the town of Barnstable taxpayers for state funding or other auxiliary funding. On that slide where you have explained your funding sources and the grant funding, did I see where it said there was about $2 million of unallocated funds from Chapter 90? How do we get an extra $2 million?
I can speak to that, Jim. So each year, the state, through the Chapter 90 program, allocates funding to roadway improvements to each of the municipalities in the Commonwealth. Our allocation is between $2 to $3 million, was recently increased this past year to closer to $3 million. And we basically allocate those funds towards projects. There were some of the funds that we had available that hadn't been allocated yet, and so that was the funding we're accessing for this.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilor Bloom.
Thank you, Jim. Right now on Main Street, a lot of the crosswalks, I'm not saying it's ideal, but the cars coming, they eventually stop for everybody. May not stop right away, but they do stop eventually. And it's pretty straightforward. But when you get complicated intersections like the 6 Points or in front of Conrad's shop, things get kind of scary, I guess. And so at the 6 Points, for example, right now pedestrians have to wait for the light to change so that they can cross. And really they really need to wait, because if given the current structure of the place, they would get run over if they tried to cross right now. Are we saying that people coming down two ways on South Street will be, first of all, going slower, right?
Correct.
But given the high load of pedestrians in the summertime coming and wanting to cross, they are relying on the goodwill of people to understand the laws of the driving laws of Massachusetts, slow down and let them cross. But we'll be having trains of folks, and I see some slowing down of traffic, which in a way, is good, because I feel that people just drive too quickly in Hyannis, but people will get upset, and I'm just concerned for the pedestrians they're crossing then one.
Yeah, understood. Those are absolutely great comments, and yeah, we looked long and hard at all of that because of exactly what you're saying. There will be at peak time a lot of pedestrians, and so both of those different respective entities, the pedestrians and the cars, making them work together. Right now, it is a two-way thoroughfare of South Street heading and flying down. You're going to have several breaks in the action as you come from west to east. So your car is already slowing. It's not going to be the same process or feeling as you're driving down South Street right now, where the moment you get past that last light, you're flying down as quickly as possible, and you're hitting the brakes pretty hard to get to this intersection. Here, you'll have already stopped twice, and you're slowing up to what now is going to be welcome to the Harbor District. Pedestrians with flashing lights, and you're now going to have a tight lane, which is going to get tighter with these islands there. So all of it is leading for a car to slow down, be aware of your surroundings. It's not, and I stress this, it's not the airport rotary or anything like that. It is slightly larger than, say, the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. So if you've ever wandered through there and a car is approaching, I've done it many times with my kids playing basketball over there, and you walk across the street, the car is approaching, they see you, because it's not overwhelming area. They see you, you walk by. This likely is going to lead to pedestrians kind of leading the charge, which in my opinion is a good thing. And it will slow some vehicles down at the peak season, and you'll be aware of that. And also, if you're trying to go west to east and you don't want to go through here, you now have another option on Main Street.
One thing I'll add to that is we heard that comment at the last design public meeting as well. And we added the push-button activated flashing beacons at every one of the crosswalks as kind of a belt and suspenders approach, so that there's additional alerting that people are entering the roadway.
Councilor Deleuze.
On Stevens Street, they have the, is it Adams Court? I'm not sure.
Go over which one were you
the senior place, is it Adams Court?
I know what you're talking about. The housing authority?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that sidewalk is horrendous. It's pathetic, it's pitiful, it's all of that. I live right over there. And I have to squeeze by. There's tree limbs in the way and all the rest of that stuff. And the sidewalk is cracked and raised. It's pathetic. And I think it should be fixed. You've got seniors living down there that walk. It needs to be fixed, and they have mobility scooters and that sort of thing that they need to get by and get moving around on. Yep. So that could be an area that you folks need to focus on, as well as that horrendous building at the end of the street, right on Stevens. You have to literally go over the sidewalk. I mean, sorry, not over the sidewalk, over the stop sign, and pull out because the damn building goes so far out with the fence that you can't see. Taking my life into my own hands every time I go that way.
Thank you.
Okay. So now, Councilor Lutke.
Yeah, just one follow-up. I was very happy to hear what Griffin just said about the flashing lights, and thank you for putting those at the high school Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah. That's going to be a huge improvement. But and what you haven't brought to mind, what you haven't talked about, what general lighting? I mean, when especially in the summer when you have a lot of activity well into after dark, is there any kind of a general lighting plan that's going to be at this this roundabout or rotary?
Yeah, there are lights proposed at the roundabout, and then there are additional lighting proposed for the Old Colony shared use path as well. So there are some lights. I don't know the quantity offhand, but there are lights proposed in and around the roundabout to make it visible.
And those lights at the roundabout are decorative that match the harbor.
As I was saying, are those same decorative ones that are one on Bierce's Way and on the bike path
No.
near the sewage plant?
No, these will be different. These will be the ones. So if you walk down the harbor tonight, you'll see those lights. We try to match them aesthetically, at least.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Sheingold.
Yes, I just want to second a point made by Councilor Lutke and sort of follow up on that. I mean, where it's appropriate, and not just for this project, but really across the town, where we can put sustainable native plants instead of grass, it should require less water. I think over time it's less costly. So it's better for the environment. It's better, I think, for our taxpayers. And I think it sends the right message to our citizens. So I would encourage you to look at that really across the board, across the town, where appropriate.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Crocker.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to Main Street, about 10 years ago, or maybe even it's been longer, we put the bump outs on Main Street. Does this affect any of those? Are there going to be added or any reductions?
They're all going to stay, and in some cases be enhanced.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Griffin. At this point, I'd like to ask Town Attorney Karen Nober to come up and update us on the energy bill, I guess we would call it, that's been passed by the Senate and is currently in the House of Representatives, and that we have some concerns on. So, Town Attorney Karen Nober.
Thank you, President Tamish. Good evening, councilors. I'm going to read from prepared remarks because I wanted to be precise in what I'm saying to you tonight, so please bear with me. So I'd like to provide you with a little more information on what the state Senate and potentially the state legislature is trying to do with respect to the Park City Wind renewable wind project in the energy bill that is currently pending in the state legislature. As you know, the town has a host community agreement with Park City Wind, and the town also has a side agreement with Park City Wind, which was negotiated and executed in June of 2024 to resolve certain disputes between the parties. The side agreement requires Park City Wind to make certain payments to the town, and it also addresses the easements that Park City Wind needs from the town to bring its cables ashore under Craigville Beach and under the town's public ways. The easements, as agreed upon in the side agreement, include provisions for their termination. Namely, the easements will terminate if Park City Wind does not commence construction on its project by December 15th, 2026. The town negotiated this agreement in good faith with Park City Wind and only agreed to grant the easements to Park City Wind in return for the right to terminate them, as well as the other benefits that were negotiated. Earlier this year, the town requested that Park City Wind make the $2.4 million payment to the town, which Park City Wind agreed to make under the side agreement for the additional costs incurred by the town to design and construct its sewer project to accommodate Park City Wind's infrastructure in the town's roadways. Even though the town has incurred those costs in reliance on Park City Wind's promise to pay, Park City Wind has declined to pay the town, claiming they have no obligation to make this payment at this time. Because the town believes Park City Wind has not met its obligations under the side agreement, the town initiated the dispute resolution process under the host community agreement, which requires the parties to engage in mediation before commencing litigation. In late May, the town and Avangrid, the parent company of Park City Wind, engaged in a confidential mediation session, which concluded without an acceptable outcome. So this is the background information that provides some context for what the Senate is now attempting to do. Specifically, the Senate is trying to undermine and circumvent the town's side agreement with Park City Wind. In February of this year, the House of Representatives voted on their version of an energy bill. That bill had no provisions affecting the town of Barnstable or its side agreement with Park City Wind. The House bill then went to the Senate for consideration. The Senate passed an amendment to that bill which wiped out the House version and substituted its own version. But unlike the House bill, the Senate bill included language that would extend all quote-unquote approvals for offshore renewable wind projects for 4 years. It is important to understand that the legislature has done this in the past for other economic development projects, but they have always used language that makes it clear that they are extending deadlines for permits, which are government-issued approvals. But here, for the first time ever, the Senate included in the definition of approvals the word easement. An easement is not an approval. It is a property right. And the only easements concerning an offshore wind project that this language could possibly apply to are the easements granted by the town of Barnstable to Park City Wind, which again were granted as part of a negotiated agreement with Park City Wind. The Senate's decision to include the word easement in its permit extension language was intended to undermine and essentially negate the town's contract with Park City Wind. There is absolutely no question that this was a conscious and intentional decision by the Senate to deprive the town of its contractual rights. None of this was discussed with the town in advance. The Senate just did it. They inserted one word in the bill that doesn't belong there and hoped nobody would notice. This is an unprecedented attempt by the Senate to provide an unwarranted benefit to a for-profit developer to relieve that developer, Park City Wind, of its contractual obligations to the town. If Park City Wind is seeking a contract modification, they should deal directly with the town and negotiate in good faith. That is the right way to deal with this issue. What the Senate is doing is really just bad government. There's no other way to say it. Procedurally, the House has officially non-concurred with the Senate version of the energy bill. Because the House and the Senate are not in agreement on their respective versions, this will go to a conference committee of 3 representatives and 3 senators who will try to reach agreement on this as well as other areas of disagreement. Once the committee makes its recommendation, the energy bill will go back to the House and Senate for approval. We hope that both branches will make the right choice and not interfere with the town's contractual rights. And to be clear, the fix that we are looking for couldn't be simpler. All they need to do is remove the word easement from the definition of approvals in the bill. There's nothing to figure out or clarify. They just need to remove a single word, a word that shouldn't have been included and never has been included before in other permit extension acts. I know the town manager has been discussing this matter with Representative Diggs and Senator Sear. We certainly hope that our legislators can work with their colleagues to get to the right result on this important issue, since this proposed language only affects the town of Barnstable. Also, I anticipate that we will be having an executive session in the near future to discuss litigation strategy with the council, and we will have an in-depth discussion of our litigation options with respect to the Park City Wind project at that time. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. I don't know if you want to just stick to the prepared statement because of the possibility of future issues, or if you wanted to
I'd
take
kind of
questions.
prefer to leave it at that, and then we could have another discussion in a different forum.
Okay. But thank you for that update.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Mr. Ells. Good evening. Good evening.
I want to thank you all for the opportunity to discuss in a workshop format fiscal policy and revenue strategy. You know, our Finance Director, Mark Milne, will provide the Council with an overview of the fiscal challenges Barnstable faces and a recommended plan to manage those challenges. If you remember last October, I shared a report from MMA with all of you called A Perfect Storm, Cities and Towns Face Historic Fiscal Pressures. It details the challenges cities and towns across the Commonwealth face relevant to establishing fiscal policy and managing revenue strategy. So this isn't unique to Barnstable. Barnstable challenges are no different. Barnstable's overcome challenges in the past with proactive management of fiscal challenges combined with making difficult decisions that have resulted in a sustainable budget for our organization. Director Milne's presentation is intended to frame that discussion so that the policy decisions made by the town council allow our community to provide the priority programs and services desired and needed capital improvements to maintain the high quality of life that we enjoy in Barnstable. At this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Director Milne. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Milne, welcome.
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you, Town Manager Ellis. My goal here this evening is to present to you our strategy to navigate us through this fiscal challenge over the next 2 to 3 years and a 3-part action plan to implement that challenge. So as Town Manager Ellis stated, Barnstable is not alone when it comes to the current fiscal challenges that we face. Communities across the state are facing what the MMA has referred to in that recent publication as a perfect storm. The association's report provides information on the historic fiscal pressures we all face. In a follow-up report titled Navigating the Storm, they offer several actions that the state should consider for assisting communities, but those suggestions will take time to be executable. In the meantime, Barnstable has positioned itself to weather the storm in a strategic manner. We have historically high reserves. Deliberate course of action needs to take place over the next couple of years to reduce our dependency on those reserves to pay for recurring operating costs. The Town Council has a reserve policy that sets aside an amount equal to 4% of the general fund operating budget for extraordinary and unforeseen expenditures. This floor is currently around $9 million. We are projecting the general fund reserves to be certified at $26 million as of the beginning of fiscal year 2027. This is after using $11.5 million to balance the fiscal year 2027 operating budget. If we take no action, our projections show that we will burn through these reserves fiscal year 30, and we'll be facing an $8 million deficit, a situation we certainly want to avoid. Fiscal pressure on the operating budget is predominantly created by the limitations of Proposition 2.5 and the current inflation rates in operating costs. The MMA's report highlights this development. The town's expenditure growth is projected to outpace our revenue growth by more than $1 million per year, creating a structural deficit of over $8 million over the next 4 years. 68% of the general fund's budget is provided from property taxes, and this revenue source is capped at 2.5%. This means that all other revenue, the 32%, used to balance the general fund budget, including state aid, local receipts, other taxes, and new property tax growth, need to grow at a rate of over 7% a year to close the gap. New property tax growth would need to be twice as much as what we are currently projecting, or somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 to $2.5 million a year. Looking at the capital side of the town's budget, we were able to finance all of the FY27 Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan capital requests, but only $40 million of the $110 million requested for everything else. Projections for the next 4 years require additional resources to be created for the continuation of the CWMP. And the general fund capital is expected to be capped at $18 million per year. This leaves us with about $487 million in unfunded capital. The town has never been able to fully fund our capital requests, and projects often get deferred or abandoned, or grant opportunities arise, like Director Kuffner presented this evening for our great streets. In addition, these numbers do not include any policy change regarding private ways. If we begin a program to accept private ways, there will be capital as well as operating expenses associated with such an effort that will add to our budget deficit. No one strategy will turn around our financial challenge. We can't tax our way out of this. We can't cut our way out of this. And we can't rely on growth in other revenue sources to steer away from the so-called perfect storm. All three strategies need to be implemented. We can systematically reduce our footprint and divest in unneeded assets. We can review cost of service recovery rates and increase fees where necessary. And we can utilize voter-approved mechanisms, fund our capital needs, and reduce our dependency on reserves. Our challenge is solvable if we use these three strategies in conjunction with one another. And CFAC has recommended all these strategies in their operating and capital plan reviews over the past few years. So here are two near-term funding mechanisms for the capital program utilizing specific voter-approved tools. Either one can help close the funding gap for the capital program, and more specifically, the CWMP in the near term. We've reviewed these before with CFAC, and CFAC has recommended a debt exclusion. The debt exclusion option offers a temporary tax levy increase where a whiff is permanent unless voters remove it through a subsequent election. A debt exclusion gradually gets added to the tax levy as loans are issued to finance the capital projects, where a whiff gets added to the levy immediately in the approved fiscal year and at the approved percentage rate. The debt exclusion applies to all taxpayers, both real estate and personal property, where a whiff is added only to real estate tax bills. And finally, the debt exclusion can be placed on a special election as well as a state or regular municipal election, and a whiff can be added to a regular state or municipal election. So the first step in our proposed action plan is to ask the council to proceed with the debt exclusion override vote for the CWMP. We should also consider adding the recently approved fiscal year 27 CWMP project for the Finney's Lane neighborhoods, as this would provide some immediate relief for the operating budget going forward. The estimated relief to the operating budget is over $3 million if the FY27 to FY31 capital or comprehensive wastewater management plan projects are included in the debt exclusion. While short of the projected $8 million deficit, it reduces, not eliminates, the reduction in our footprint, and that will be needed. Moving forward, any new capital request of $5 million or more, or one that includes a new asset to be added to our inventory, are recommended to be financed with a debt exclusion due to our limited available funds. Second step in our proposed action plan is to transition a 100% cost recovery program for programs and services that can be paid for with a fee. Some examples include our shellfish permits, our summer leisure programs, and building permits. Cost of service analysis will be updated, reflect the full cost recovery, and rate adjustments will be proposed to recover the full cost. Some may require a smoothing of the rate increase to avoid some spikes. Additionally, new fee structures should be explored, and we will continue to support efforts that advocate for an increased local aid and legislation that offers enhancements to local revenue generation, like the Municipal Empowerment Act. Third step in our proposed action plan is to begin shrinking our footprint by divesting in town-owned assets and no longer serve a core municipal service, and implementing calculated, systematic reductions in municipal services. Our current reserve levels allow us to execute this smoothly over the next 2 to 3 years, avoiding the shock that can be created with multiple service reductions all at once. The CFAC has recently recommended we can create a dedicated committee to explore more public-private partnerships to try and offset municipal burdens like we did this year with our municipal packing service. And finally, we should be looking to adjust land use policies to incentivize new property tax growth that suits our community's character. As mentioned earlier, we need to double our new property tax growth over our current levels to eliminate the annual structural deficits. Finally, to summarize, the immediate actions to take place include capping the capital program, adding the FY27 CWMP projects to a debt exclusion override vote, and begin looking at cost recovery rates for all services and programs. Some near-term actions include securing a debt exclusion for the CWMP, executing service reductions as we build out our FY28 operating budget, formalizing a P3 committee, and identifying assets that we can dispose of. And longer-term actions include shifting to a 100% full cost recovery system, stabilizing our reserves and creating structural balance in the operating budget, as well as continued advocacy for enhancements to local aid and other tools that enhance local revenue generation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present tonight before you, and we look forward to your input and guidance regarding the strategies outlined tonight as we start building our instructions for our FY28 operating budget. That being said, I'd be happy to stop here and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Wow. Where do we start? Any discussion? Councilor Keene?
Thanks, Mark. That was a great and sobering presentation. Many of the steps you talk about are steps that this council can take or the town administration can take. And I really think very seriously we need to explore them. But one of them requires the vote of the voters, which is the debt exclusion. And having looked at the success or lack of success of those debt exclusion overrides throughout the Commonwealth, they're a dicey proposition. And in order to be able to get them done, people need to be persuaded that they need to raise their own taxes. And what they need to hear is, what happens if I don't vote for this? And I guess that's my question to you. What is our plan B if plan A fails?
Thank you. Yeah, certainly we're under no illusion that a debt exclusion or a WIF, if that's the decided mechanism to fund the CWMP, would pass easily. It is, like you stated, very hard to convince voters to raise their taxes. It's very easy for everyone to say no. And so if that were the case and we were unsuccessful, then we're facing larger reductions to programs and services. That's the reality of the situation. And so what we would end up doing as we build out the FY28 budget is we plan on running two different scenarios, one that builds in an assumption that a debt exclusion is approved and one that doesn't. And so the reductions in the scenario where one isn't approved are going to be much more severe. And the only other alternative is to, be stepping back from the continued implementation of a CWMP, but that comes with significant consequences. And so we really need to run a budget scenario that assumes that continues and a debt exclusion does not pass.
Follow-up?
Sure.
Would it be possible to have those two scenarios available for voters to evaluate?
Yeah.
It is possible, yes, depending upon the timing of the ballot initiative. But we are now looking to build or issue our FY28 budget instructions. We're in the middle of doing that, and we're going to issue those in August. And so, yeah, we're going to have to get this done in a more timely manner for the FY28 budget development in order to have that information for a vote. If the council determines that they will put one on a ballot, and as we've been talking about the timing of one, if that were to be in the spring of next year, I think we could certainly have those options available.
Thanks. I think that would be critical. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Councilman Levesque?
Thank you, President Tamish. So discussion's been going on for a long time, since the inception of our CWMP. Something that honestly Councilor Jessica Rapcasetti kind of started when she was president, and going back 10 years ago, is that we would essentially look at our assets and see what we no longer need, because and back then we were doing long-term leases with different properties in the town. There was even things that, to a certain extent, we didn't even know what we owned. And so as that investigation and the hard work was put into place, and now we've switched to, instead of leases, we're doing licenses. And licenses, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Town Manager Els, but these are year to year. So we have no guarantee, even the property that we have, that we are, that we're going to have long-term generating revenue from that. So with that, why wouldn't we just liquidate ourselves of those things, put it back in the tax rolls, and not really have to have the burden of operating these properties? And that was moving along at a certain pace, and I remember having meetings in regards to that when I was in leadership. But I don't believe that that's happening now. And if we want to ask people for more money, if we're not showing that we're not doing our due diligence to be responsible for the assets that we own, and we're managing them correctly, and that becomes a question, people are not going to have faith that we're doing what we need to do in our town. That and again, and we need to have consistency within our permitting. We can't have one type of inspector going in a different direction with our builders and another one this, and well, I'd rather have that. And, you hear these anecdotal type of things, and again, we need to show that we have a level of customer service at Town Hall on all different levels, that we're doing all we can do to create revenue for this town, so that people will have faith that we're doing the right things, that we're doing our due diligence, and that there are no stones unturned. And we're working hard to be a united front to be able to do what's best for our taxpayers. And I think people aren't confident with that right now. I'll give you an example. Tourists, we've cut back. We're not doing events anymore. We're not financing these things. The town of Yarmouth just raised their budget from $135,000 in grant funding for tourism to $564,000 that's available to people, nonprofits, to do events in there that's available from the town. So they raised that almost over $400,000 to try to generate revenue and create events that would generate revenue for their town, for the small businesses, for the hotels, certain things like that, and we're going the other direction. So just something to think about.
Thank you. Councilor Sheingold.
Yeah. Could you explain the consequences of not moving forward with the CWMP, given that they're designed to comply with state legal requirements?
Good evening, Mark Ellis, Town Manager. Well, broadly, it's exactly what you've said, where these are regulatory requirements that we proceed with this. We've given them a plan as to how we will do that over a 30-year period. The plan was reviewed by the community. The plan was approved by the town council. The plan was submitted to DEP. So the expectation is within reason. We are complying with the plan. We do 5-year updates to be able to identify anything potentially that may be modified and justify that. This is also linked to the nitrogen management plan that we are now required to prepare. And so it gets more complicated, but there's certainly this regulatory component. There's also a legal component that third parties are challenging various parts of our wastewater and our water resource protection in Barnstable. And so I can't speculate on what the outcome might be of that, but certainly that is a significant consideration for us as well if we choose not to proceed with the CWMP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Burdick.
Thank you. I was daydreaming. I wasn't really. But so I have a few things to say. I will try to keep it as brief as I can. Mark, if you would, meaning Mark Milne, could you bring up the last the flow chart that was at the end of your presentation there? Because I just have a couple of questions already that. So now, assuming that, in the event that we have no debt exclusion, so it's very small on my screen, I'm going to look at it. So if you were to interpose WIF where debt exclusion is, what level of debt would we be able to fund with a WIF as opposed to a debt exclusion? What sort of debt service payments would we be able to cover? What threshold?
So the maximum allowed under the legislation for a WIF is a 3% surtax. And we estimate that that would generate about $4.5 million a year. So that's $4.5 million in loan payments. That would generate enough to continue with the implementation of the CWMP through the FY31 projects.
Right. So we can superimpose, or either one of those
Yes.
vehicles would
Either
generate
option.
the revenue that we need to pay to cover our obligations. So that being said, we have a choice there, right? WIF or debt exclusion, based on how we feel about it. And I'm just speaking to all of us, obviously, and just putting some thoughts out there. So if we remove that as an option, say we have debt exclusion and WIF, or either one, and they fail, does that move your whole entire framework forward? So, for instance, if you were to take the 100% return cost of service aspect of this plan, what is your sense for how much revenue that would generate? I mean, to say for instance, you were going to take all of the various services that we provide that have a market rate equivalent, and you were to try to bring those things closer to the market rate. Do you have any sense for how much you think we would be able to generate if we were to proceed in that fashion? Say, I know that's kind of it's a big question to ask, but I mean, you've been doing this a long time. Maybe you can come up with a ballpark figure.
So first of all, we wouldn't bring them to market rates. We're not allowed to, charge market rates, but what we refer to it in the government accounting world is cost of service, full cost recovery. Right. We can't charge for a service. We can't charge more for a service than what it costs us to provide the service. So it's a little bit different than market rate. But if we were to adjust all of our fees and recoup everything that we could to full cost recovery, my ballpark estimate would be that we could raise perhaps another $500,000 a year.
That's it.
Not a significant source of revenue.
Yeah, not at all. Because I mean that subsidy, that seems like not a lot. I mean, that's all we really subsidize these programs for, all the different things that we provide. So that's really nothing, essentially. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket, relatively speaking. So WIF or debt exclusion or bust. That's it. Is that just yes or no? Anybody? I mean, without barring that as our path forward. I mean, I know we've heard this many, many times over and again, but this paints an even more clear picture that without one of these two mechanisms, then we'll end up exactly where we're expected. And so I just wanted to make that clear to everybody. I'm sure it already is. But another part of our big municipal finance scenario that we have here that I don't know how you figured it into this calculation, if you did at all, but the schools. So this makes assumptions about what assumptions does this make about the school's budget?
Yeah, yes, sir. Sure. We are assuming that our growth in municipal and school budgets are going to be in the neighborhood of 3.5% to 4% a year because of the inflation that we're facing and the labor contracts that we have and the cost of benefits. And so Those are our assumptions that we're building out in our next, our 5-year projection. And that rate of growth is higher than the rate of growth that we can raise revenue. State aid is flat. We're not seeing any significant growth in state aid anymore. Other local receipts are increasing a little bit, but not to the tune of 7% or more, which is what we need to offset the gap that's created by Proposition 2.5.
Right. So I was at a workshop last night at the school committee where they were discussing this very topic with resources that were prepared by the finance department, obviously. So that extrapolation of their, I think it came to by 2031, their $8 million, or was it an $8 million operating deficit?
Yes.
By that's all presupposed in this calculation. But
Yes,
this
it
doesn't
is.
take
It's all
into,
part of this presentation.
right, and it doesn't take into account it takes into account their average capital expenditures year over year for the next fiscal years, but says how much capital is figuring into this?
That was just their operating budget. That did not include their capital program.
Right, so there's no variation in there. There's no capital program for the school department in this calculation.
Well, in this calculation, we have the capacity to fund about $18 million a year.
Right.
General fund projects.
So that's all
so
lumped
that
into
includes
that.
all departments, including the school department.
Right.
That's why we're recommending that any single project of $5 million or more be considered for a debt exclusion override, because you have 3 of those projects and you've
blown the whole thing.
You've blown the whole budget for the year and you can't do anything else. And we have a lot of smaller capital requests, that are $250,000 to $3 million that come in on an annual basis, and we're trying to preserve funding for a lot of those projects.
Right. So I guess that's about all my questions. I think it's important, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, that we, Mark and the staff can continue to tell us this, and this is hopefully going to be this is going to be the crossroads where we're going to decide on what our approach is going to be. This seems like a very logical framework from which to try to deal with these issues, right? And we've seen it again and again and again, and yet here we are one more time. And I think it's important that we take a broad view of all of this. And I think the role that the schools play in terms of how they are going to proceed is also important to the overall mathematics of this process, because that's still a little bit of an X factor to me, and I don't know what it is that they intend to do strategically on their end. But where do we go and I'm asking the council, where do we go? What are we prepared to do now? And I think it's important that we get there rather than have this meeting and then say, well, we'll talk about this in like another month or 2 or whatever. But I think it's imperative that we decide, where are we going? What avenue are we going to take? Which of these strategies are we going to employ? Because we've heard them many times, and it's time for us to decide. Because we're going to have, as people say, whether it's true or not, there's going to be a significant amount of community involvement, obviously, in this topic. There's going to be a significant amount of information and misinformation and however you want to characterize it. But the package that we put this into and how we approach the community is what is going to be of the utmost importance here, right? So do we believe that a WIF is a more appropriate avenue based on what it is and what it can be and how we can package it and present it? Or do we believe that a debt exclusion based on a series of CWMP projects can be packaged? But what I'm trying to get at too is this really is about wastewater. Mm-hmm. And that's where this discussion should begin and end, I think, as we discuss it as a body. This is about wastewater. This is about the future of our groundwater, our surface, all that jazz. Where do we go from here? So I've gone on long enough. I would like that to be the focus of our conversation, if anybody is interested.
Mark, could you flesh out a little bit the pros and cons of the WIF versus the debt exclusion?
So if a WIF is chosen, the WIF would come onto tax bills sooner than a debt exclusion would, because it begins immediately in the fiscal year that the vote approves it to begin in. Whereby, and it comes on in full force. So if it's a 3% whiff that's approved, then everyone's going to immediately see a 3% surcharge on their real estate tax bill. With a debt exclusion, what's happening with the debt exclusion is they're authorizing future debt service to be added to the tax levy when that debt service is incurred. So when we take a loan out to construct a project, the debt service typically doesn't occur until several years after the project appropriation takes place. So for example, Finney's Lane was just approved for fiscal year 27. We don't anticipate the final loan for that project to begin being paid back until fiscal year 32, because a whole year goes by to develop the bid specs and to get the bid out and to award a bid, and then we're into the contracting phase. It takes a few months to enter the final contract, and then the construction begins. We get a 0% loan through the state. So there's no cost to the town for the financing for 2 to 3 years as the project gets constructed out. But then that interim loan with the 0% rate gets converted to a long-term loan several years after the project begins, and we start paying the loan back, and that gets added to the tax levy at that point in time. So as those loans come on the tax levy, they come on gradually. They don't all come on at once like an increase in the tax bill would with a whiff. That's difference number one. The second one is significant difference is, in my opinion, is that a whiff doesn't apply to personal property tax bills. It only applies to real estate bills. And why do I think that's important? And that's because our largest taxpayers are personal property taxpayers. They're utility companies, Eversource, NSTAR, Vineyard Wind. With a whiff, they wouldn't get assessed anything on their tax bills, where a debt exclusion, that gets spread out to every taxpayer. Another significant difference, is something not significant, but to keep in mind, is that if we decide the whiff to be the mechanism, a whiff can only be added to a regular state or municipal election ballot. You can't have a special election for a whiff. So that would mean that we would have to add a whiff to this year's state ballot, and that means, a decision would have to be made very soon, or we'd have to wait till the next municipal election, which I believe is in a year from this November. So I think those are the major differences between the two.
Thank you. I'm not sure even the whiff getting on the November ballot this year is even possible, but excellent point.
Yeah, and even if it had to wait another year, we could work out a strategy that would allow for that if that's the chosen method.
Yeah, I like the fact that the debt exclusion applies to everyone, and you're right. There's a significant number of taxpayers that via the personal property tax, and I think that's important. Anyone else before we go second round? Councilor Vec.
Just a point of information is that if we decide to go the whiff route, we could also, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong and things have changed, we could reduce CPC a percentage so that it's maybe not as much of a hit. I'm just saying that's a possibility, a topic of discussion. So that if we go 3%, but we reduce CPC, really it's a 2% increase. But I do agree that it's a little bit of a finger in the dam, right? It's a bucket of money that'll get us to a certain point. And with a debt exclusion, and I know it's not going to be for a long time, but when it's paid off, and then the taxes go back. With a whiff, it's continuous forever, right? And so it's kind of hard to put that genie back in the bottle. Now, granted, it's going to be way down the road, but that is one of those things that this body would have to kind of rescind years later because again, and it's tough to do that. Obviously, we've seen that with other taxes that we pay currently, that were never supposed to necessarily be perpetual. So the debt exclusion expires when the debt is paid. Thank you.
But on the other hand, I don't think we'll ever see the day when wastewater and water projects are going away. But Councilor Scheingold.
And I don't know if this is something that we need to decide today, but I imagine it'll be helpful for the staff to get a sense of what the town council feels on this issue. But I also think it's preferable to go with the debt exclusion over the WIF, applies to more taxpayers. I think it's something that's more easy to understand for people. I'm speculating on that, but I think it is. So I think it's a more suitable way of going forward.
Councilor Burdick.
Sorry. But, so I know that I can imagine what the response is going to be, but why not try both of them then? You know what I mean? Because if we can alter the CPC to make it more palatable to people, at least, or to use that as an explanatory point. Look, we have provided a lot of, the CPC over the last 30 years or whatever it has done a great job. And we have retained all this extra parkland, and we have provided for all these community uses and so on. But our priorities have changed to a certain extent because of the following reasons. And for that reason, we want to shift some of this money over here, and it's for the following purpose, which is to use this. But the eventuality of a debt exclusion failing, which is a possibility, of course, all things being equal, anything could fail, that we need to also have, other than the austerity plan B, which is we shut the town down, you know what I mean? Like we reduce services and shed our assets and then continue on in that way and then limp along until we can try it again. That we can do more than one thing. We can try to put these things out there. It begins all with information. And with us being on board as a body and having some unanimity, you know what I mean? And I don't know, like, say for instance, you could get if you could, I don't know what maybe our professional clerk may know, but could you get a whiff on in November? What's the filing threshold if we were to do that? Unlikely? Impossible? Or you don't know?
I would say it's unlikely.
Yeah. But at any rate, I think we should pursue multiple avenues at once rather than putting all our eggs in one basket, though we can do both. I mean, that's my opinion, of course, but because we're in this situation because, as we've seen explained to us many times, we have had unprecedented inflation over the last 8 years or whatever. And it's going to require a significant clawing back and climbing out of this hole that every municipality in Massachusetts is in because of Proposition 2.5. So we are going to have to continue, as we've seen, continue to do this. So we need to use every possible avenue to increase our revenue in perpetuity, because if you think, inflation is going to continue at an elevated rate as far as I can see, but I'm prognosticating about that. But that we should use everything available to us as soon as we can in order to lessen the impact of all this.
Right. I agree with you 100%. And to me, I think the timing would be that we would move forward on a debt exclusion, as was mentioned in the spring at some point would be the earliest we could probably do it because of the educational component and all the things that have to happen. And if, depending on the results of that, we may or may not want to move forward with the WIF on the November, will that be 27 elections? And, we would have that option open to us. I think that was a great point about changing the CPC funding percentages. I think it would make it much more palatable, but we are going to definitely move forward. There's no question about that. And the timing with the town manager and finance, we were talking about having a formal declaration in September, first meeting in September, and start that process. Betty. Councilor Ledke, excuse me.
Yes, I've heard FY31 several times. How long does this debt exclusion go for, Mark?
Yes, so it would include projects through the FY31 capital program year. So It would probably be 4 years, FY35, by the time the last loan is issued for those FY31 projects. And so it would last for 30 years from FY35. So that brings you out to 64.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very long time.
Yeah, 30-year loans are what we issue for all of these sewer construction projects in order to manage the cash flow.
Now,
And that's typical with debt exclusions. They're always for, they cover loans, and the loan periods range anywhere from 20 to 30 years.
okay, and on your presentation, are you proposing that all things happen simultaneously, the austerity and the debt exclusion go simultaneously?
Yes. Like I said, we can't tax our way out of this. We can't cut our way out of this. We can't just depend upon increasing the fees to go to full cost recovery. It's going to take a combination of everything. And we've been through this before. We've managed through these cycles before. The Great Recession, the recession back in the .com era, the COVID era. It's not unmanageable, but it's difficult. It's a lot of hard decisions have to be made. We're not in this alone. This is being felt statewide. But we need to implement all those strategies simultaneously. We can't just pick one and see how far we get.
And I'd like to see more strategies in there, frankly, some more creative things. I'd really like to see some yields from the private-public partnership aspect. Have we really delved into that? You're proposing a committee. I'd really like to see that. And then we never do the pilot here. We've never done that. We have significant entities here that pay no taxes whatsoever. And I know there was a big pilot study done. It might be time to dust that off. I mean, I just don't think the equity is there that these large nonprofits pay no taxes at all. It needs to be addressed. I mean, if everybody else is going to hurt, and especially when I hear you talk about the summer leisure program, those are the folks that are the backbone of our community, and taking away those subsidies, I'm not sure how that's going to work at all. I mean, what's left? We already have more enterprise funds than any other municipality. I mean, I figure I own the transfer station, right? Because I pay for everything there. We all do. I mean, it's kind of getting crazy. What is left that the citizens are not paying for in this town? So it becomes very problematic to get them to vote for this, I think. So I'd like to see a lot more creativity and looking at some different solutions.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor, who hasn't spoken? Councilor Crocker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And we're talking about financial debt exclusions. I just wanted to remind people that those are not just the only debt exclusions that could happen in this community. And talk about the schools. You're looking at most of the schools that are still being used were built in the late 1950s. BWB and Barnstable High School in Centerville. Those schools are coming close to their the end of their usefulness. So I'm not saying, and I'm not speaking for the school committee, of course, but I'm just saying that is just something else we got to think about besides this. And this is obviously most important right now, but, these other debt exclusions could, quotes around the word could, happen or pop up.
Absolutely, they could. And to Councilor Burdick's point, the school committee has got to come up with a plan so that we can coordinate these things and we're not acting independent of each other. We have to know what the full picture looks like. Councilor Levesque?
And so just, again, a little historic perspective, to Councilor Burdick's point, the idea was before the Cape and Island Water Protection Fund was an option and we were getting 25%, subsidies on the SRFs and all that, there was those loans off that. Before that, it even existed, 6-7 years ago. It was always the strategy to do both. When but then, we get buckets of money and different things like that, you're able to, again, that's put your finger in the dam, so to speak, and see what else could, come along. But now with the schools, but we didn't have then, the schools really weren't discussion as far as, this catastrophic failure happening in our school systems with roofs, HVAC systems, air conditioning not work. It is, if you watch these meetings, it's a tipping point in a lot of different ways. So going back to where this discussion first started, that this is happening all over, and the squeeze is on with inflation and the cost of doing business and getting things fixed. It's just, the costs are just astronomical. And, you don't want to be like Chicken Little that the sky is falling, but, it really is, there's an emergency, so to speak. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Scheingold?
Yes, I'm trying to understand, Councilor Burdick, what you were suggesting. So with regard to going forward with the WIF and debt exclusion, is that something that, as the staff continues to develop its proposals and maybe alternative scenarios, they look at both? But or is it when we bring things to the voters, you're suggesting that both be brought as?
That's essentially, so I think that we should, I think that this framework, by and large, is what we should use as our strategic playbook. But with the difference being, we need to put both, and when I say this framework, it's not on the screen right now, but that one presented to us in the final slide of Mark's presentation. But rather than just pick one or the other, but pursue both eventualities, both of the WIF, because the WIF will have a certain carryover effect that will give us wiggle room if we can get it approved, that will also have, will go in perpetuity. Well, we can take care of this next 5 years worth of capital for this part of the sewer with the debt exclusion, meaning this debt exclusion, because what it seems like is, and it's not just us, obviously, but the new way of municipal finance in Massachusetts is, can you get the voters to give you the money to run your municipality, right? That seems like that's what it's going to be. Do you know what I mean? So I think this will be.
I agree with you.
Sure.
No, that's all I'm saying, is that I think that both of those for the near term should be pursued, because I think that it's going to be the new normal, that there's going to be a continuing process of asking the voters to allow us to, whether to exclude debt or raise the operating budget. Go on, I'm sorry.
Sure, but then eventually we're going to make a decision about how we're going to finance the sewer system and everything else, and what should go to the voters.
Well, no, I say we should put together the debt exclusion and put that out, and then go for the WIF.
Separately
later within
for different things.
Well, the WIF will be a part. It will always be for water and infrastructure, so it will go to the sewer.
Okay.
Because that will take us beyond, in my opinion, that would help us. And if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. But if we do till 2031 with this $580 million debt exclusion, which I think is roughly what the number is, or whatever it was, that'll take us into the fiscal year 31. But if we can get the WIF too, then that will give us additional breathing room to use that to fund our.
I can say, well, I don't necessarily want to agree with Councilor Lutke so many times in one meeting, but
don't let it become a habit, all right?
Yeah. No, but I think we really should be, seeking pilot agreements or other contractual agreements with large nonprofits in the community to sort of add to tax revenue. I don't think that that's going to make a huge difference, but I think it's something we ought to do and really put some effort into it. I think Falmouth has an agreement for many years with Falmouth Hospital as one example. Anyways, I would like to see that happen. So.
Mr. Ellis, would you like to?
I think when all councilors are done,
Councilor Lutke.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Councilor Burdick is saying. I think it makes great sense. And let's not forget what's going on with the climate, because the WIF applies to stormwater. And we have a lot of stormwater issues too. I think water is what's going on around here. So I think, and also everyone knows they can look right at their tax bills and know exactly what they're paying. The CPA and the WIF are identical. And as several people have said, you can play around with the percentages. But go look at your tax bill right now. You know exactly what you pay in CPA, so that would be the exact number of the WIF. And if we, as I say, change some of the percentages, but I think it makes sense. I mean, again, I know we're focused on the sewer, but we've got to not focus quite so much on the sewer and think a little bit wider on what we do as a community. And I think the WIF is important to carry forward. And I was a little disappointed in the briefing that the WIF was presented in the next slide. Okay, we're doing the debt override. So let's not, and I like what Councillor Burdick, let's not toss that out quite so quickly. I think he has a nice idea with that.
I don't think the WIF was tossed out. I think they're two entirely separate mechanisms. I think it's important that we move forward on the debt exclusion because that's immediate. We're going to be able to do that now within the next several months, as opposed to the WIF that, you know, the earliest we could probably do that would be November of '27 is get that on the ballot. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive at all. But
Mr. Else, would you like to? Thank you for the discussion. Having sat at the table actively since 1999 with the council in Public Works and now Town Manager's Office, this sort of discussion is critical for people like Mark Milne and I and the rest of our staff to successfully manage these sorts of issues. You give us the policy and the strategy for how we're going to proceed. There's a lot to be said about each component of it, too. And I don't think Director Milne in any way closed any door. What I did ask him to do, what he did, and he did it, and then I asked him, and he told me, yes, Mark, I've already done this, which is always the way that Mark performs for us, was to lay out a plan for you all. I request that you approve his plan tonight. If you want to go to a formal resolve, we can absolutely do that. We need direction. This is coming quickly. We're going to be making difficult decisions by December, finalizing them by April, and moving forward. The more and better information we have, the better off we'll be. If it means we need to meet monthly, weekly, daily, we are here to do that for you and then provide you the information you need to make decisions. The discussion of a debt exclusion versus a WIF, I mean, I know I don't want to speak for the president, but I know he's considering when that should be discussed and then considered for a vote by the town council in whatever form. But each of these pieces are necessary, okay? And I understand that, you know, cost of service analysis to look at full cost recovery on fees is a whole different dynamic. I know that looking at the disposition of assets is a whole different discussion. We need to have each of them. They're all important. They're all part of giving professionals like you have on your staff the capability of managing, successfully managing challenging issues like this. I'd like you to direct us, even if it's a preliminary direction, to proceed as Director Milne has recommended, and then we will bring as immediately, if possible, but as quickly as we can, certainly month of July, to the President of the Council, a schedule of each of the pieces, each of the components, each of the discussion items. You've got a little bit of a time schedule along with what Director Milne has given you. And then we roll up our sleeves and we have those discussions until we come to closure. The other thing to remember, too, here, we're not in an economic downturn. We're in Mark's always conservative in what he does, but we're in a little bit of a flat period here. We're not in an economic downturn. So it's not only just what's the capital needs of our schools, for example, or of private roads in the future. Our economy is going to fluctuate. It does. It's cyclical. So that's another factor that we could have a plan and then we'll be right back to the table again discussing, hopefully not, but an economic downturn and how that impacts us. So this is what we do, and we need your guidance in policy and in strategy direction so that we can proceed. Thank you. Please consider that.
Well, I think you have it, Mark. I think you have there seems to be a consensus here that we move forward with maybe not, maybe there isn't a consensus that we move forward with a debt exclusion with the possibility of a whiff when we can get it on a ballot. So, I mean, is that a consensus?
Can I make a motion to that effect?
Well, I don't know if we can, because this is a workshop, I'm not sure. I think we have to do the...
We can, what do we...
Okay. Okay.
But-
Okay.
As a resolve.
As a
Steph,
resolve,
did you hear
then,
that?
I hear. She
Karen,
said
why
to
don't
put
you
it on
come
the
up and
agenda.
just address that issue? Thank you.
I mean, does it have to be a full-on resolve? Can't we just say, it's not a binding vote, but to direct the town manager? To direct the town manager, we can, what form of vote could we do right now to direct the town manager? Would that be improper?
Well, I mean, I would recommend that you not take any vote because we haven't noticed anything on the agenda. What we have on the agenda is a workshop discussion. So if anyone in the public thought you were actually taking votes, maybe they would have shown up, maybe they would have said other things in public comment, who knows? No one was given that notice. So I think you can kind of informally think about how you want to proceed to give us perhaps direction as to what kind of resolve to draft and bring back to you in August. But I would prefer to have you take an actual vote, whatever vote you want to take, in August when we have that on the agenda and it's noticed for the public.
Is there no mechanism for making a motion from the floor? Or from the dais, whatever you want.
I guess I'm not going to tell you that you absolutely can't. I just don't think it's
This is your
it's
legal
not a
opinion,
good
your
practice.
legal advice.
It's not a good practice.
I understand. So I guess I can accept that.
Thank you.
And then we can, anybody who wants to direct the town manager, just raise your hand. It's not a vote.
All right, I give up.
Sure.
Bad joke.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Hang it to the Councilor Vec would just like a clarification. You had a question, just as a point of information?
Correct. Thank you very much. And just for the edification of the public, Mark Milne, and I probably should know this because I think this presentation is my 5th time seeing this presentation. What is the cost, median home price, that the debt exclusion is going to cost year over year? Do you have any idea on that? Was there a slide on that? I know you've had that in presentations in the past.
Yes, that was in past presentation, but not in this one.
Right.
But assuming all projects are approved for FY 28 through 31, which is what we presented in the last presentation, the tax bill impact for a median homeowner starts at $14 and tops out at $96 a year when all loans come on the tax levy.
Right.
And that's one qualifying for the residential exemption. For a median homeowner not qualifying for the residential exemption, the tax bill impact starts out at around $25 a year. And then by the 5th, 6th year, it tops out at $171 per year.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, it kind of gives a little bit of...
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Mark, and that's right off the tip of your tongue. Amazing. To say the least. Let me go to Council Ledke.
Yeah, just to what Town Manager Els said, I'm a little uncomfortable with what you characterized as a plan. I see this as a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not ready to sign on to everything I saw in this PowerPoint. I don't have enough information. A plan, to me, has a little bit more detail to it. I saw a lot of things here that are kind of at the 10,000-foot view. So you'd have to define what you mean by plan. I mean, if we're parsing out, the debt exclusion, that's one thing, and what we're thinking about in August. But I need to see something that is more recognizable to me as a plan and not a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know how other people feel. I'm very uncomfortable with signing on to all of this that was in this PowerPoint. It's not, doesn't have the clarity and the depth that I need.
No, I think what, I'll let him speak for himself, but my plan was to have them put together the numbers, the effect, the specifics for us to pass a resolve to move forward, because we have to have the specifics of what we are going to be asking for to tell the public, this is what we're moving forward on, this is what we intend to move forward, to bring forward to you in the spring. So, I mean, we're not voting tonight on moving forward on a debt exclusion. We're telling them to prepare the facts, figures, timelines, et cetera, that we need to move forward.
Not to quibble, Craig, but you just said again the one word, two words, debt exclusion.
Sure.
He said a plan. There were a lot of things in this PowerPoint that I need more clarification on. If you're just saying debt exclusion, that's one thing. I asked Mark Miller, you're going to do all of this simultaneously. He said, yes, the austerity things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see
I'm
what
not
you're saying.
clear that I'm on board with all of these austerity things. If you're saying debt exclusion, that's one thing. A plan is, so maybe Mark can clarify what he means.
What I think has to happen is, yes, we are going to move forward with a resolve forwarding a debt exclusion. Staff, particularly finance and the town manager, have to be prepared that debt exclusion in the spring does not pass. So over the formulation of the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, they are going to have to look at all the different things that if the debt exclusion doesn't pass, where are we going to have to move to? So, I mean, when I say the plan, that's what we're talking about, is that. We're not saying that we're going to have austerity or cuts or anything else, but because of the time frames and what we have to do with the budget, and again, Mr. Ells, I'll invite you or Mark to respond to that, but that's my understanding is... Mark?
Yes. I want to answer in a way that I get an affirmative direction here. You know, Mark gave you a three-pronged approach. If I use the word plan and the interpretation of plan is something very specific, that's not my intent. I want to know, is the direction that Director Milne has given us one you want us to proceed in? Now, there are multiple pieces to this. And quite frankly, time is short here for us. And we've been talking about, I mean, I've been talking about this actively since 2016. And what Director Milne really has identified is that, you know, we've always been able to come up, because of the diverse nature of all the options we keep open, means of not having to implement this, whether it be the creation of the Cape and Islands Trust Fund and the 25% principal subsidy or 0% interest over 30 years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of it related to debt, not all of it related to debt. And so I want, as soon as possible, tonight preferred, for you to say, no, we don't like the options Director Milne has given us. Or, yeah, we do. Now let's talk in detail about them. Let's figure out exactly how or not we will utilize these. It's my objective to keep as many open for as long as we can, because we're not the town of wastewater. We are the town of Barnstable, and this just isn't a capital plan issue. This is our operating budget, and this is us being able to keep the quality of life for the citizens of Barnstable with the programs and services that they want. And that's what we're trying to do. Mark's trying to keep as many of these options, you know, spinning here, considering, okay, this is where we're going. We're going with With or debt exclusion. We're going with cost of service or we're not. We're looking at assets. And to do that, much of it is policy from council. And it's an equal priority to any of the other discussions I've listened to for the past 2 years for this community. But we haven't had as frank of a discussion as we are tonight. It's time to roll up our sleeves and to have that and to proceed so that Director Milne and I have as good of information as we can. I want your direction on that. Thank you.
Which is what we want to give you.
But-
And, you know,
Thank you, sir.
moving forward with all the options and perhaps some more, such as pilots or whatever, is the way to go. I mean, Mark has given us options. We're not necessarily saying that we're excluding anyone at this point, as far as I'm concerned. But, anyway. Councilor Burdick.
Just one thing. Riddle me this. If we can't vote on giving him some direction, he clearly wants direction. Does that mean that you just say, Craig, that, Mark, I would like you to do the following things? Do you see what was that not a catch-22? Did I miss something in there?
No, I just want, I mean, actually, some of Councilor Ludke's comments are really important because if there are areas, the more we gain in knowledge about the direction the council wants to go, the more helpful it'll be to us. So if in general you can say, we concur with Director Milne's presentation tonight, but refine it. And there's a lot of subsequent discussion, and we're committed to the discussion, which I know President Tamish and I have been talking about regularly. Then let's roll up our sleeves and do it.
Because, I mean, this is a strategic approach, essentially, right? We don't have to get into the nuts and bolts of every little reduction right now, but as a strategy, as a broad approach to the issue at hand,
We're telling them, via straw vote perhaps, to move forward with the plan that he's advocating, to keep all of our options open and move forward, come back to us with specific information as far as amounts, dates, alternatives.
Yep, absolutely. And if there's a resolve needed, we've got enough information from tonight. If you say to us, yeah, it has merit, let's proceed with the way Director Milne's laid it out, we'll do that, and we'll bring back to you whatever formal, I mean, certainly to go to a debt exclusion or a WIF, that's clearly formal.
Right.
But I think in general, if we need to clarify a plan, but more details needed from the council, then we'll give you more detail so you can get to that comfort point.
So is there a consensus that we would like them to move forward with the,
Could we
I won't
take
say
a
the
straw
word
vote?
plan?
Could we
but,
just take the straw vote that
Yep.
we support the proposal, the plans that were advanced by Mark in his presentation?
And at the time, should refine it.
Yeah. And to refine it and come back to us with specifics and timeframe. Uh-oh. We're in trouble now.
You're not in trouble, but what I just said to the manager is, I think, based just on the discussion you all have had, that without taking any kind of, we can come back next month with a resolve based on the discussion you just had that I think will reflect. And if it doesn't, then you can amend it to make it read the way you want it to read, and we would have something on the agenda, to the extent that he's looking for something formal.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay. We can discuss that further as far as the timing on it. Unfortunately, I won't be here for the next meeting. I'd like to be privy to the conversation, but we can move forward, perhaps, Mr. Ells and Mr. Milne, without a resolution in front of us, but move it forward. Okay. Vice President Clark?
Thank you very much, President Tamish. If I may ask a question of Director Milne. If we get the debt exclusion before the voters in next May 2027, and if we get a whiff before the voters, because May can be a special election, but the whiff has to go on a municipal election, so it would be November 2027. When do the taxpayers start paying the bill?
For WIF?
For both. So if we get
For
it
both?
in
Okay.
November, WIF would
Well, for the debt
probably-
exclusion, the projects that we're asking to include in the debt exclusion, it is estimated that the first loan payment will not be seen until FY 32, 33 timeframe, and so the tax bill impact would be felt then. If it's a whiff, it depends upon the date that the town council chooses to implement it. So if it happens typically July 1 in the year after the vote takes place. So if it's the fall of 2027, it would go into effect July 1, 2028.
So I like the idea that if we can do both, as Councillor Burdick suggested, and maybe play around with the percentages, that we can accelerate paying the bill.
Well, there would not be, okay.
If it starts appearing on the tax bill in July 2028, as opposed to 2032.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilor Ledke.
Yes, I'm just channeling the former Chris Clark. Where is this presentation available for the public? Where is it? Where does it reside? Where is it?
Lynn Poyant, Director of Communications. It's on the Town Council webpage under presentations.
The town council, so for everybody out there, the town council, I mean, because that wouldn't be intuitive to me that I would think it would be somewhere in the finance area. So it's on the town council website where?
Under the presentation folder.
Presentation folder of the town council website, okay.
Right, just as a general information, all of the presentations that are given to us are in the presentation folder on the town council website. Okay. Madam Clerk? Yes, we are going to adjourn. It's, excuse me. Recess. Wishful thinking. Recess. It is 8:51. We'll resume at 9:01 or so. ready?
You're all set.
Thank you. Okay, we will resume. I believe we have an agenda, excuse me, a quorum back on. We'll continue with the agenda. First order of old business is a consent agenda. Any counselor may request to have an item removed from the consent agenda if they so desire. Could I have a motion, please, to refer items 2027-007, 2027-008, 2027-009 to the planning board as written?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. We do not need to do roll call votes, which we just realized we're so used to doing them that it became automatic. So, Madam Clerk, excuse me, all in favor?
Aye.
By saying aye. All opposed? Okay. And could I have a motion, please, to refer items 2027-001, 2027-11, and 2027-14 to a second reading to be held on each item at the Town Council meeting on August 20th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion does pass. Okay, could we start with Councilor Levesque, please? 2026-2112.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is old business may be acted upon. This is item number 2026-212, appointments to boards, committees, and commissions as written.
Second.
Okay, but motion's made and seconded. Any discussion on 2026-212? Council Vice President Clark. Oh, okay. Seeing no discussion, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion does pass. Councilor Crocker, 213, please.
Yes, Mr. President, under old business, item number 2026-213, reappointments to a board or commission as written.
Second.
Okay, but motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion does pass. Councilor Keene.
Thank you, Mr. President.
217, please.
This is old business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. 2026-217, order authorizing grants of easements for gas facilities to serve 3 sewer pump stations on town-owned land.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Town Attorney LaRosa.
Good evening, councilors. Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. As the part of the construction of 3 new sewer pump stations in Centerville under the town's comprehensive wastewater management plan, the town's Department of Public Works requires the installation of a new gas service to power each sewer pump station's backup electric generator. Prior to installing the gas service, the Boston Gas Company, doing business as National Grid, requires that their customer grant an easement to Boston Gas Company, which would provide them with the right to install and maintain their gas service on the customer's property. The authorization requested from the Town Council would allow the town to grant such an easement to Boston Gas Company or one of its related entities. The new pump stations are located in Centerville at 990 Chute Flying Hill Road, 567 Chute Flying Hill Road, and 28 Finney's Lane on a former portion of Mothers Park Road. The easement areas, as described in the vote, are shown on the plans attached to the vote as Exhibit A. The council's vote would authorize the town manager to make minor changes to the plan and easement areas, which could be needed based on the final requirements of National Grid to complete the easement transactions. After the easements are finalized, DPW would coordinate with National Grid on the installation of the gas services.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? One opposed. The motion does pass. Councilor Scheingold, if you could do 2026-218, please. That's page 14.
Item 2020. Okay. Old business may be acted upon by majority vote. It's item number 2026-218, order authorizing grants of easements for electric facilities to serve 3 sewer pump stations on town-owned land.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Attorney La Rosa.
Councilors, Tom La Rosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. This is going to sound very similar to the last summary, except instead of talking about gas services, we'll be talking about electric services. As part of the construction of 3 new sewer pump stations in Centerville under the town's comprehensive wastewater management plan, the town's Department of Public Works requires the installation of a new electric service to power each new sewer pump station. Prior to installing the electric service, NSTAR Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, requires that their customer grants an easement to NSTAR Electric Company, which would provide them with the right to install and maintain their electric service on the customer's property. The authorization requested from the town council would allow the town to grant such an easement to NSTAR Electric Company and one of their related entities. The new pump stations, again, are located in Centerville at 990 Chute Flying Hill Road, 567 Chute Flying Hill Road, and 20 A. Finney's Lane on a former portion of Mothers Park Road. The easement areas as described in the vote are shown on the easement plans attached to the vote as Exhibit A. The proposed easements at 990 and 567 Chute Flying Hill Road also include non-exclusive parking easements that would be used by NSTAR in connection with their installation and maintenance as needed of the electric services. The council's vote would authorize the town manager to make minor changes to the plan, which would be needed based on the final requirements of Eversource, and to finalize and complete the easement transactions. After the easements are finalized, the DPW would coordinate with Eversource on the installation of the electric services.
Thank you. Any discussion? Vice President Clark.
Thank you very much. I have a question. When you make this reference that the council would allow the town to grant such an easement to NSTAR Electric Company or one of their related entities, what kind of entities would that be?
That basically our standard language. Usually it would be, in Eversource has a bunch of related entities. Almost entirely it's NSTAR Electric Company, but we cover ourselves just in case it's one of their other Eversource companies.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay. Okay, the motion does pass. Vice President Clark, if you could do 219, please.
Thank you, President Tamish. Agenda item 2026-219. This is old business may be acted upon with a majority vote. Order authorizing the acquisition of an easement for sewer purposes on land at 272 South Main Street in Centerville.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Attorney La Rosa.
Thank you. Tom La Rosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. The Department of Public Works continues to advance implementation of the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, and in particular the Long Pond Area Sewer Expansion Project. As part of this project, the town needs to site a sewer pump station. DPW vetted possible properties where a sewer pump station would be technically achievable and desirable. This review identified land along South Main Street and Churchill Road with an address of 272 South Main Street in Centerville as the preferred location for a sewer pump station. The land is owned by the Roman Catholic Bishop of Fall River. The vote would authorize the town manager on behalf of the town to purchase or take by eminent domain as part of a negotiated transaction a perpetual exclusive easement for the sewer pump station and related purposes on a portion of this land located at 272 South Main Street. The easement area consists of approximately 4,641 square feet, as shown on the plan attached to the vote as Exhibit A. The town would purchase the easement for $35,000, which is its appraised value, using funds previously appropriated under item number 2026-108, passed March 26, 2026, which is the council's appropriation and loan authorization for the Long Pond Area Sewer Expansion Project. The vote would also authorize the town manager to make minor changes to the easement areas shown on the plan if needed, and to grant, for nominal consideration, easements and other rights to public utility providers, particularly NSTAR Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, and National Grid, doing business as Boston Gas Company, to install utility services to serve the sewer uses on the easement area. These utility services are necessary because the pump station would require electricity to function, and the station's backup generator would rely on natural gas.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed, nay. The motion does pass.
Thank you, councilors.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Bloom, if you could do 2027-002, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. This is item 2027-002, resolve to schedule a special election to be held on October 13th, 2026 to fill a vacancy on the town council.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. This is obviously one I wish we were not voting on, but we are. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Motion does pass. Councilor Deleuze, if you could do 2027-003, please.
(2027-003). Authorization to contract for and expand a fiscal year 2027 municipal and tribal technical assistance grant in the amount of $50,000 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office for Administration and Finance to update the town's hazard mitigation plan.
Second.
Motion has made and seconded. I recognize Mr. Kupfer.
Good evening, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. The town of Barnstable was awarded a grant in the amount of $50,000 to contract with a technical consulting firm to update the town's hazard mitigation plan. This is a federal and state prescribed plan. This plan evaluates the community's hazard vulnerabilities and outlines strategies to address challenges in the areas of climate change and coastal resiliency. The Federal Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 requires all municipalities to have an up-to-date hazard mitigation plan in order to maintain eligibility and receive funding from FEMA and MEMA. Plans are required to update every 5 years, with Barnstable's last update taking place in 2022. The Barnstable Hazard Mitigation Plan obviously is now due up for updating. This grant is 100% reimbursable. No matching funds are required.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Councilor Lutke.
Just wondering, does this have any impact on homeowner insurance policies at all, that this plan exists or doesn't exist? I mean, you said it's a requirement for, has any impact on our residents or no? It's just for the municipality?
I believe it is for the municipality. There is some crossover in terms of we document those vulnerable for flooding, and we actually have to get that data through FEMA in terms of repetitive flood properties. So there is some overlap, but I don't believe there's any impact to insurance rates specifically for this specific plan.
So this plan is not used by any insurers? They don't look at the data within this plan to make any decisions based on insurance for homeowners?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The motion does pass. Councilor Lutke, if you could do 2027-004, please.
Okay, this is new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2027-004, approval and ratification of town manager's decision to act on behalf of the town to join the statewide public safety mutual aid agreement established pursuant to Section 4J of Chapter 40 of the General Laws.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. I recognize Chief Chalice.
Good evening, President Tamish, council members. Jean Chalice, Chief of Police. We are requesting that the council support the town manager's decision to join the statewide public safety mutual aid agreement established under Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 4J. At this time, Barnstable is one of only 7 communities in the Commonwealth that has not opted into this agreement. Joining the agreement allows Barnstable to both provide resources to other communities when they are in need and to request assistance when an incident exceeds our own local capabilities. It establishes consistent framework for issues such as pay, liability, benefits, and workers' compensation so that those details don't have to be addressed during an emergency. As always, our primary responsibilities lie with the town of Barnstable in support of our own community, and participation is at our own discretion. The resolution just brings us in line with the majority of communities in the Commonwealth and strengthens our ability to both provide and to receive public assistance in the time of need.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion does pass. Thank you, Chief. Council Burdick, if you could do 2027-005, please.
Of course. This is an item of new business and may be acted upon by majority vote. 2027-005, acquisition of affordable housing restriction on land located in Hyannis at 55 Wilkins Lane.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Kupfer.
Good evening, Jim Cufford, Director of Planning and Development. This is as a result of our local zoning requirements that require 10% affordable per our inclusionary housing, but in addition, 3% at 80% area median income. So Hyannis 2 Owner LLC is to provide 42 units to be committed as affordable housing in perpetuity at the property located at 55 Wilkins Lane, Hyannis. Through its rental to a qualified household with an income of not more than 65% and 80% of the area median income. 32 units will be rented to qualified households at 65%, which again is that inclusionary housing requirement. And then 10 units will be rented to qualified households at 80% of the area median income. And again, that's that additional 3% required per our local zoning in this area. There is no fiscal impact because of this agreement.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? None. The motion does pass. Thank you. Councilor Vec, please, if you could do 2027-006, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business, may be acted upon majority vote. This is item number 2027-006. This is confirming reappointments and appointment to the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund Board as written.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Ells.
Good evening, Mark Ells, Town Manager. As read, this is a combination of a reappointment and a new appointment to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board. This trust fund was created by the Town Council in 2007. It primarily focuses on the support and creation of housing and the furthering of appropriate economic development for Barnstable. Its primary charge is to take the funds that it has available and using very specific criteria, evaluate applications for the use of those funds. What the town created in 2007, there was some discussion earlier about both the reappointments or some presentation at public comment about both the the reappointment and the new appointment. What the town council created, they created the trust fund and specified that the town manager would be the chair of the trust fund. The other two of the other members, then the town manager makes appointment and requests ratification by town council for the other 4 members. 2 of those members, one being the assistant town manager, the other being the finance director, has been a long-standing practice of the committee. In the absence of the manager, by job description and role, the assistant town manager steps in. And certainly the finance director manages the finances. Therefore, having those 2 staff members on the committee was certainly the practice when I joined the committee in 2012 as assistant town manager, and has been continued by prior town manager and myself. The other 2 positions are people with backgrounds as described as to the purpose of the committee. So what I'm requesting is for you to ratify my appointment of the 3 sitting members of the committee who are listed in in this order, and then a new member of the committee. Relevant to the new member of the committee, we did advertise that multiple times. I did state it up here. I did put it in my town manager communication. We went through several reviews of this. The most recent review had 4 people who applied, 2 withdrew, 2 proceeded, and I've recommended one of those 2 for your ratification. The individual has served on past town council committees and applied for this. He was interviewed by one of the committee members and the administrative assistant, and then interviewed by myself. His background, he does have limited experience in his youth. His background was working down Cape. He was a substitute teacher, and then subsequently his background was working for, I think it's Community Development Partners. I think now he's actually kind of an independent research technician relevant to utilizing software. When I sat down with him for about an hour and 20 minutes and spoke last, I asked him specifically, and that's what he was working on independently now. So I'm moving forward with this recommendation, and certainly hope that you will support all of the reappointments and appointment that I've moved forward in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? On my left, Councilor Lutke.
Yeah, I had a private conversation with Mark about this. He understands some things that I won't share in a public forum. I cannot support this slate. I think about the discussion we had earlier in the evening with our financial situation. Most of the funds here are CPA funds. In fact, we frequently vote to send certainly more than the 10%, well more than the 10% here. And I've watched many of these meetings. This is incredibly serious. I don't feel like the qualifications are on this slate that I want to see, especially when we're having discussions about overrides. We need to be very careful with the money, especially the CPA money that is already on top of our tax burden. And I don't see that here. And for some other reasons, I won't support this slate. I think we should re-advertise. And I know Sandy Jones provided some information that I was not aware of that I find troubling as well. So for that reason, I can't support the slate.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none? All in favor? Vote aye. Opposed? 8 to 2, correct? 3? We have 3. No, I got that one. Charlie, you're opposed? Okay. Yeah,
It was 6 in favor, 3 opposed.
right. It's not
one
the full council
abstained, so,
majority.
It does pass.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Crocker, if you could do 2027-007. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. 10.
10, right.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, under new business, item number 2027-010, acquisition and of an affordable housing restriction on land located at 235 Barnstable Road in Hyannis, as written.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Kupfer.
Good evening, Jim Cupford, Director of Planning and Development. This again, another affordable deed restriction per our inclusionary housing ordinance. So Ron Borges, as trustee of 235 Barnstable Road Realty Trust, is to provide 2 units to be committed as affordable housing units at the property 235 Barnstable Road through the rental to qualified households with an income of not more than 65% of the area median income. Again, this is per our inclusionary housing ordinance, and there is no fiscal impact because of this agreement.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion does pass. Councilor Keene, you could do 12, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. 2027-012, authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2027 Victim and Survivor Services Grant in the amount of $64,722 from the Massachusetts Office of Victim Assistance.
Second.
Chief Chalice.
Good evening, Jean Chalice, Chief of Police. This grant is an FY27 Victim and Survivor Services Grant for $64,722 awarded by the Massachusetts Office of Victim Assistance. This grant will allow the department to hire a part-time special victims advocate to continue to provide services for victims and survivors of domestic violence, sexual violence, stalking, and other serious crimes in our community. The advocate will provide outreach and support to victims, help officers with victim follow-ups, assist the domestic violence detective, and provide court accompaniment throughout the judicial process. They're also going to be providing training to officers on victimization and trauma-informed response. The position provides us the opportunity to hire someone whose sole responsibility is victim-centered services. We have an outstanding victim advocate with us. She's been with us for 15 years, but over time she's taken on greater responsibility and a larger scope of work. So this is going to allow us to refocus our efforts on providing consistent service to victims.
Very good, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none. All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Seeing no one, the motion does pass. Thank you, Chief. Councilor Scheingold, if you could do 2027-013, please.
This is new business, may be acted upon by majority vote. It's item number 2027-013, authorization to contract for and expend the fiscal year 2027 Regional Public Safety Answering Point and Regional Emergency Communications Center Development Grant in the amount of $525,500 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Chief Chalice.
Good evening again. This grant is the FY27 award from the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security for our regional dispatch. As you're aware, Barnstable, Yarmouth, and Sandwich have been working together to establish a regional emergency communication center Over the past 4 years, the Commonwealth has consistently provided grant funding to help us move the project through its planning and development phases. This year's award represents the final funding needed to complete the design phase of the project. The grant fund will be used for the remaining architectural and construction drawings, engineering work for the initial communications infrastructure, and salary support for our executive director, who's been brought on to lead this regional initiative. Authorizing the acceptance and expenditure of these funds is going to allow us to continue moving the project forward while taking advantage of significant state funding to build a regional communication center that's going to strengthen emergency dispatch services and provide long-term operational efficiency for all 3 communities.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Vice President.
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you, Chief. Is the expectation that the state will also be funding the construction if this is just for the design?
That's correct.
Thank you.
As the chief mentioned, the executive director has been hired. We had hoped to have him here tonight to introduce him, but he had a prior commitment, so we weren't. But I think he'll be here perhaps for the next meeting. And I met him yesterday and very impressed and thrilled that this is moving forward.
That's correct. He did want to be here tonight, but he will be here for the next meeting so we can introduce him.
Thank you. Okay. All right. All set? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion does pass. Thank you, Chief. Vice President Clark, if you could 2020-7015, please.
Thank you very much, President Tamish. This is new business and may be acted upon with a majority vote. Agenda item 2020-7015, establishing town policy regarding the town council's consideration of the acceptance and layout of new private ways as public ways.
Mr.
Second.
Cuthbert.
Good evening, all. Jim Cuthbert, Director of Planning and Development. So to start off, I'll read this momentarily, but we've had a lot of conversations over the years about private ways and what to do with private ways. How do we start chipping away at private ways that are in existence today? This is not that. This is the new roads that are being proposed, if there are any, and we get them few and far between. Since I've been here, we've had one new road be proposed. But this refers to if a new road is to come forward, we would request that they design it to public standards for your consideration. And so with that, I'll read this in, and then we can have conversation. The intent of this resolve is to establish the town's policy regarding the acceptance and layout as public ways of new private ways and subdivisions approved by the planning board under the subdivision control law, to make it clear that the town, subject to the vote by the town council, seeks to accept such roads as public ways if they are designed and constructed to the subdivision regulation standards for a public way, as reviewed and recommended by the town's Department of Public Works. The subdivision regulations define technical roadway specifications, including but not limited to standards for roadway width, grade, drainage, surface material, site distance, as well as design standards for sidewalks, street trees, grass strips, etc. New private roads that are granted waivers from such standards by the planning board during the subdivision process may still be considered by town council for acceptance as a public road after the town council has received a recommendation from our Director of Public Works. At this time, private roads compose nearly half of the town's roads, with a total of 1,100 private roads, or 200 miles in the town of Barnstable. Essentially what this is saying is we're not going to add to that inventory. However, there is a fiscal impact to all of this, and Mark Millen has done a great job of articulating it here. But really what it boils down to is every mile of roadway added to our municipal system increases the town's long-term maintenance liability, requiring sustainable funding strategies to preserve the asset throughout its useful life and protect the community's investment. So really what we're asking today is for the resolve that stipulates that that the town council seek to direct the planning board to amend their subdivision regulations so that we would be directing developers as they come in to design their standards for to be a public way. And so the practical process would be that an individual comes in, seeks to develop out a subdivision, designs a road to a certain standard. The planning board holds public hearings, reviews those, would approve that subdivision ultimately, with the caveat that that road would then have to come to the town council for acceptance as a public way. It doesn't bind the town council to accepting it. So for instance, if a developer comes in, seeks to design it, but gets a whole list of waivers that simply would not meet our standards, and it would cost us quite a bit to time and effort to maintain, the council may consider not adopting that. So the resolve here is to essentially direct the planning board to amend their subdivision regulations to direct development to public standards in the future. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think the crucial part of that is the standards piece, and that if they don't meet the standards, the Department of Public Works has to recommend the road be taken. So, any discussion on my left? Seeing none. On my right, Councilor Ledke.
Yeah, I don't know that that has enough teeth in it. It sounds like you can just walk away, you can just come in and not do it. I thought the point of this was to not do what we've done in the past, is let the developers do substandard roads, and then our residents are forever stuck with potholes, more potholes than roads. It sounds like you're getting them you're not changing it at all. I thought we'd be more in the mandatory realm with this, that's what way they will do. So we don't saddle our residents with this onward.
Yep. So the town council certainly could make that directive. However, I would state that the town of Barnstable is rather unique geographically. So that standard that we have in our subdivision regulations is essentially for the village of Hyannis. It is a larger paved roadway with proper drainage, and is maybe, I would imagine that the folks in West Barnstable would not find that suitable, and would be opposed to a wide paved road in a certain area. Just using that as one example. And that's come up in the past with planning board subdivision review. But however, if the town council wanted to take a stronger stance and simply state that we are not accepting any new private roads, I believe you certainly could beef up those, or request the planning board beef up those standards even further. This is, I think, the first step to saying that rather than right now our subdivision regulations direct developers that we are simply not accepting public ways. We are directing you to actually build it and design it as a private way, simply with the understanding that we are not maintaining that in the future. This is changing that course to say, no, we would like for you to consider this as public standards, and we would consider adopting this in the future as opposed to what we do now.
Is there a way in the future to address the aesthetics, if you will, of working in, West Barnstable versus Hyannis, to look at our roads? I mean, I'm trying to just get the quality of the road up. It's a constant issue. I don't know if it is for the rest of you, with all these private roads and potholes. And it drives people crazy. So I just would like to have as much, enforcement in this as we possibly can, or we're kind of not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, I think we certainly can consider modifying subdivision regulations, and there could be a separate directive to the planning board to consider certain design standards that we want to, that a developer shall, and then provide really strong rationale as to why not. We certainly could consider that. We could also host a workshop with the planning board to discuss, what other standards we want to adjust in our subdivision regulations. This, again, really moves the needle and shifting the burden away from simply saying, no, we're not going to, we certainly are not going to accept that as a public way. We want you to design it private, to we're going to start accepting these as public ways now.
Councilor Deleuze.
Yeah, from listening after that last storm we had for people who were on private ways, emergency services that couldn't even get down the road. So can these developers do it right the first time?
And that's exactly what we're proposing here is we're trying to get away from private standards because we have 1,100 private roads and we've granted these over the last 50 years and now they're deteriorating into a pretty unfortunate standard. So we're trying to shift the burden away from that to say, developer build it to a public standard, a much sizable standard, and not pass it on to the HOA or what have you.
Well, can't you include that in and not, that sounds like you're giving them a way out. Well, no, we don't want to do it that way. How about you do it that way, you can't build?
Yep, you could certainly adjust the standards, but again, the standard for Stephen Street, for instance, is completely going to be a completely different standard than Barnstable Village, West Barnstable, Marston's Mills, Katuitt. So my opinion would be, my suggestion would be to still allow for adjustments based on geography, but still hold them to a high standard. And we can certainly begin to develop those out, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Crocker.
Thank you, Mr. President. The developer builds a substandard road. Is the town still going to plow those roads? Make sure, as Councilor Deleuze said, make sure that they are maintained well enough so that we can get emergency vehicles and school buses and whatever down those roads, even if they're substandard.
Right, so the thought here with this resolve would be that we are trying to get away from substandard. So this is moving to, so the practical development pattern for the past 50 years is the developer comes in, so all the subdivisions that we've approved in the past 40 to 50 years or so, with some few exceptions, has been for private ways. A developer comes in, requests a list of waivers, receives those waivers, builds it to a, I would characterize it as a substandard based on, rather than the public standard. So it would be a lesser standard, and then sells off the lots, and now it's like the HOA's responsibility, or if they're lucky enough to have an HOA. So that's the predicament we've been in for decades. And now this is trying to say we want to start getting away from that. We don't want to add to that inventory. So we're saying that we are requesting that when you come in, now the town council is going to consider accepting these roads. Right now, if someone comes in my door tomorrow and says, I want to build a subdivision and we don't pass this, if someone comes in tomorrow and they want to build a subdivision, I'm going to tell them that you're building it and you're building it to be a private road. You're building it to be a private road and you're going to be on the hook for the maintenance in perpetuity, or you hand it off to HOA, because that's what our subdivision regulations say. So if we are seeking to move away from that, that's what this does. Now, the details of increasing standards in our subdivision regulations, that's another discussion we can certainly have and build on those.
Councilor Scheinkel?
Yeah, so Jim, the details of that would be a decision for the planning board, right?
That's correct.
So in plain English, this is the way I understand it, and you can tell me if I have it right or not. It's basically, we want you, developers of a new subdivision, to build according to a public road standard that the town has. If you ask for a waiver, and if we give you a waiver, then it's up to the town whether it accepts it as a public road or not. Mm-hmm. Is that?
That's spot
right?
on. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
There is a standard.
There is a standard, and even if they meet that standard, it doesn't mean you have to accept that road. Nothing here says you have to accept that road. The council has the ability to formally accept. Though I mean, if we're directing folks to meet these standards, the expectation is they'll be coming forward to the council for that acceptance, obviously.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 All opposed? The motion does pass. Okay, Councilor Bloom. By coincidence, if you could do 2027-016, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. This is item 2026-016, a resolve dissolving and discontinuing. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it says 2026 up here. Yeah, it's 2027-006.
016.
016. I'm sorry. I'll start all over again. This is 2027-016, a resolve dissolving and discontinuing the tax increment exemption, the TIE Committee of the Town Council, and requiring that approvals of new TIE applications by the Town Council shall not exceed the minimum standards set forth in Section 5M of Chapter 59 of the General Laws.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded.
As written, if that's okay?
As written, correct. Mr. Kupfer.
Yes, good evening, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. So before you this evening, the Tax Increment Exemption Committee of the Town Council was created to implement the Town Council's vote approving Town Council Item 2018-59, which authorized the town to negotiate tax increment exemptions from property taxes in downtown Hyannis development zone for a period not to exceed 20 years for the project that meets guidelines set forth in Master General Law 40V and the regulations set forth in 760 CMR 66. The Town Council has previously discussed whether it should continue to award such tax increment exemptions from property taxes. This item would allow the TIE Committee to complete its work of any pending applications, which was requested of us, but would direct the TIE Committee not to accept any new applications. And just so you know, we don't have any at this time, other than the one that's on your agenda right now. So that upon completion of the review of and recommendations to the Town Council regarding pending applications, the TIE Committee would then be dissolved and discontinued. And now all new applications would be submitted directly to the Town Council through the town's Director of Planning and Development, and would be limited to a property tax exemption that is not more than, just a correction there, it says less, it should be more. So not more than 10% of the incremental value of the market rate units contained in the certified housing development project for a period of not more than 5 years. Currently, spending applications would not be subject to such limitations. Granting a property exemption that meets these minimum standards that's set forth in Master General Law 59, Section 5M, preserves the ability for a developer to seek state tax credits under this program. And what that means, what that all boils down to is you've had a number of TIE agreements over the years. Over a period of time, I've discussed this with our Town Council, and we had concerns over the agreements that have been made over time. So we looked at the law and what the requirements are. And the recommendation here is that if the Town Council were to consider any additional TIE agreements, that they would be for the state minimum mandate, so not exceeding the state minimum. So that state minimum would be our maximum. So the state minimum mandate, again, is that 10% at 5 years. So that 10% of 5 years. And why we would still consider that is then an individual property owner, a lot of the small developers could still move forward with state tax credits per this program. So they can't receive state tax credits per this program if they don't have a local agreement. And so if the council wished to consider allowing for a developer to pursue those state tax credits, so bringing those state tax credits into the town of Barnstable, you would consider offering, again, that state minimum mandate as our maximum. So there would not be a need for the committee anymore, and that's why the recommendation to dissolve. It would be a simple standard, and then the council could consider that project based on their application. And happy to answer any questions. Did you have anything?
Jim, what was the rationale that the minimum would also be the maximum, as opposed to having some sort of flexibility? I think we've gone way too far to one side, but, you know, if we want economic development, growth, and whatever, are we cutting off our nose to spite our face?
Yeah, and so, we gave that some thought, absolutely. The thought here was preserving the tool, so not dissolving the tool in its entirety, and setting kind of a baseline that is the minimum, because from my opinion, I heard loud and clear, we are providing these tax exemptions to the market rate units, and it sounded like, based on comments, we are satisfied with the work that we've done on providing market rate units at this time. So preserving the tool, and in the future, if we see that we want to incentivize additional market rate units, you could adjust that upwards if you so chose. The town council could make a similar vote. So this would, again, kind of set the standard, keep the tool, set the standard at the minimum, and it would still allow for individuals to receive those state credits as well.
All right. Councilor Sheingold?
Add something. So I am, and Councilor Bloom and Councilor Crow are on the committee that's proposed to be abolished. Which I welcome. Not for personal reasons, but because I think this is a good idea. I think one of the things that I learned, and particularly the second one that Councilor Bloom and I considered, is the great bulk of the benefits under this program are from the state tax credits. It's really not so much from the town. And this is true even under the last agreement that was negotiated, or if it goes to the 10% for 5 years. So that's really the thing that the developers really are focusing on, is the state tax credit. And so I think one of the concerns, if I had the degree of discretion that the committee had in negotiating without really significant guidance. So I just want to say that I support this. I support continuing the program because for certain projects, this state tax credit can create housing, and that'll also, presumably flow down to the rents without really taking much from the town's property taxes going forward. So anyway, I support this proposal.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. Now, Attorney Nober.
Thank you, President Tamish. So if you're prepared to vote, I would ask that you have a counselor make a motion to amend this item to substitute the redrafted version, which we can put up on the screen, for what's here. It does exactly the same thing. It's just written better and more clearly. And so I think it's the better vote to take if you want to take this vote.
I believe Councilor Keene was prepared to make that. So we have a motion made and seconded. Do we have any discussion on the amended motion?
Do you want to?
I do.
Can you put it up just to?
And for the record, just so you realize, both in the agenda that we have and your substitute document, the item is referred to as 2026 on the upper right-hand side.
Yeah, no, don't worry about the top of it. It's just, this is the red line version showing the actual changes. What you're doing is just substituting the actual language of the vote. Don't worry about the heading. This is when I was just redrafting.
Just wanted to make sure our permanent record was set straight.
Yeah, it's literally starting with the whereas and just going straight down. That's what you're substituting.
Okay. Counselor Scheingold.
Yeah, and just for clarification, there was a proposal that was negotiated and is before you as a first reading,
Right.
which is exempted from this and will be considered at the next meeting in August. Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, motion's been made and
I
seconded.
think Councilor Ledke
And,
has a question.
Counselor
It
Ledke.
just, in the red line, Jim made the point of changing the less to more, but you have the less back in here. Are those lesses that need to be mores?
No. Where are you looking at, just so I can?
At the red line.
What?
The second whereas.
So that's actually, that's the minimum standard. So the property tax exemption cannot be less than that because that's what the statute provides. You can't give a property tax exemption that's less than that minimum standard. What he's saying in his memo is we're not going to give more than that. We're going to keep it fixed at what is the minimum standard.
Which I like, so I like the
Right.
more better than the less.
No, the more is in the memo where he's explaining it's our policy not to give more than the minimum standard. But the word less comes from the actual minimum standard. That's what makes it the minimum. You can't go less. So that's in the actual state law.
But is this going to impact our policy? I want our policy that we do the minimum.
Yes,
That is what it
that's
says.
what it says.
So-
Restated at the bottom of the result shall not exceed.
Right, so if you go to the bottom of the page of the vote, so that's just simply telling you what state law requires, so that's not really negotiable.
Okay.
And then when you get to the bottom, it says, all new applications for property tax exemption shall be reviewed by the town council, which shall approve or reject such applications, provided that the property tax exemptions for all applications that are approved shall not exceed the minimum standards. So shall not be more.
Okay,
That's in there.
perfect.
Okay,
Okay, any further discussion?
thank you.
Seeing none, we are voting on the amended,
You are voting to first to amend the item
Yes.
to switch.
Correct.
Okay.
right. Is everyone clear on that? Okay, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Seeing no one, the motion does pass. And we are voting, we will now vote on the amended,
The item as amended.
the item as amended, okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion does pass.
Thank
you. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
at this point.
moved.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No one. Motion does pass.